And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to another week, another edition of the StarCraft Evolution 4 Championship 2024. Welcome to the semi-finals. I'm, of course, Live VIP. With me, I'm joined by the people in the chat, by my plushies, and by these amazing players as well. Welcome, everyone, one and all. I do apologize for the false start to the stream. I do apologize for that, as it has heavily delayed us a little bit here. But yeah, I don't know what happened. The stream just suddenly went down, but the show will go on. And we are ready to just jump back in and just start all over again. It's all good. It's fine, Poppy. It's all fine. It's all good. As welcome again, it's been a very intense month of StarCraft for StarCraft Evolution. We've been going over the group stage. We've been going over the playoff bracket as well, the quarterfinals, the groups, and now we are here with the final day of the Fall Championship. The semifinals and the finals are going to be played out here tonight. It's going to be an intense night of StarCraft. I do look forward to it. Best of sevens all around. And now we can take a moment here to have a look at the bracket itself to catch up with what has been going on and where we are. Oh boy, of course, last night we were live with the quarterfinals. If you missed out, I recommend the VODs. I do recommend tuning into the VODs. The VODs are available on Twitch and YouTube, respectively, alongside some other platforms as well. But we had a lot of best of fives. These are best of fives quarterfinals here. We had Dark taking down Shin at 3-1. We had a crazy game which went to late game with Guardian, by the way. It was Guardian versus Hydra Lurker Viper. Peak late game ZVZ. Did also feel like, and it did also look like our players maybe hadn't been in that situation before, so they were also kind of playing on the fly, trying to react and counter each other. In the end, Dark came out on top. Likewise, we had a classic versus 3-point, a very different kind of ZVP. Very intense, very cheesy 3-point. He was an animal. He was an absolute animal. Just hyper aggressive, hyper cheesy. Classic eventually was able to get a handle on things and bring things back and bring things and kind of close things out in a 3-2 scoreline. And that means our first upper bracket semifinals is going to be Dark versus Classic in that ZVP. Scrolling down, we had our Terran players. So we had a Kiwian versus Euthermal and Spirit versus Quanta. Likewise, a very intense series. Euthermal, he came out with some builds, hyper cheese, hyper aggression out of Euthermal. In the end, he was quite successful, was able to get a 2-0 score lead over Kiwian. But then Kiwian got a handle of that as well. He was able to bring it all back, able to force the ace match, and come out on top in the end. Likewise, Spirit and Quanta, even though it was a one-sided scoreline, very close matches. They are a very intense series as well. Quanta was the one actually with some unique builds and didn't quite pan out in the end. He did have to play from behind for most of the time. For most of those matches, had to play from a deficit. Still made a game and a series out of it, but alas, it was just a little bit too much to overcome, and Spirit came out on top instead. And now we have our top four. We have Dark, Classic, Kiwian, and Spirit. We have our top four players here, and tonight we will crown our champion. Oh boy, it's gonna happen. Let's go, Bobby. Let's go. As up first, we have our TVT between Kiwian and Spirit. Again, previously we did go live. But apparently the conclusion of game one was not quite seen to the public, so we will be jumping back in once again into game number one. Oh boy. Also, as a quick reminder, best of sevens. These are going to be best of sevens here between Kiwian, Spirit, Classic, and Dark. Likewise, the grand finals will be a best of 7 as well. I was hoping for like a best of 9 grand finals. That would have been crazy, but nah, best of 5s into purely best of 7s. Here we go. As we jump into game one, it's going to be on Whispers of Gold. Let's go. And hopefully everything stays connected this time. Again, I'm not too sure what it was that did cause the disconnect earlier, but hopefully everything is okay as we jump into game number one. And spawning in the top left-hand corner of Whispers of Gold, we have the red Terran player from South Korea, the SC2 Terran. It is Kiwian. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the blue Terran player, the Brood War Terran, representing himself currently teamless from the land of Poland. It is Spirit. Here we go, just catching up with the chat. Kiwian back to SC2 now. Kiwian, he has been competing in StarCraft Evolution for the past couple of months, but he has been mainly casting. He's been mainly casting StarCraft Evolution, but he is interested enough, intrigued enough, and enjoys it enough to not just cast, also help sponsor these bi-weekly SEL tournaments, and also compete as well. So I don't think Kiwian has been playing too much SC2, but he has been playing a lot of StarCraft Evolution. Again, if you want to tune into some of Kiwian's matches, or aka TOP's matches, I do recommend the VODs. We've been casting him all month, Papi. Oh my god, with these online cups and online events, and StarCraft Evolution specifically. Here we go. It is going to be the initial proxy 3 racks here by Kiwian, 3 SCVs, 3 Raxes. This should be a massive marine bunker rush here towards his opponents. And thankfully for Kiwian, Spirit is going for an economic build. We do see Spirit going for a single gas opener, which means racks into CC on the low ground. A very economic build here from Spirit. So things are lining up as best they can for Kiwian. On top of that here, because of the nature of Brood War Terran, you cannot like land or lift your depots, so a wall here is a little bit more unorthodox, so it is going to be more wide open here, going to be available for a rush to try to bust on in. Also, I should emphasize, for potentially people that are tuning in for the first time, I forgot to reiterate this before we went live with Game 1, is welcome one and all, not to StarCraft 2, welcome to a modern StarCraft 2 to StarCraft Evolution. This is a mod that brings together both Brood War and SE2 races, and they face off against each other. It's been quite trendy and it's been a lot of fun to cast, I will admit. And again, if you, oh my god, we do force cancel the CC, and if you have missed out on it, again, I recommend the VODs. This has been an entire league, almost like a GSL of SEL the entire month, and we're here on the final day as boys are being pulled. Bunker has been placed, but the bunker is going to be denied. SCV is going to be targeted down. So far, good movement here by Kiwian. He does not get surrounded. He does save all his Marines. Kites well against the SCVs, but ooh, the bunker is cancelled. Bunker gets cancelled and Spirit stays is on the way. Oh, we do see Kiwian trying to bust his way through, takes down 5 SCVs, but he loses every single SCV, and the bunker finishes. The bunker will complete, and Spirit, he's holding on behind this factory into Vulture production, and this is still not enough damage. I mean, 5 SCVs did go down, but if you look across the map, Kiwian, he has 12 workers. He has 12 SCVs against the 19 of Spirit. He has to keep going. He has to end it here and now. The longer this goes on, the worse it's going to be for Kiwian. So things are looking a little bit bleak. Vulture does arrive. Oh, is going to be able to pick away and get 1 Marine kill. Not bad. 1 Marine goes down. Just kiting against the army, falling back. Behind this, a machine shop is on the way. We're getting ready for our own tank production. More Marines are amassing, and let's go. We pull the boys. Because of course we do. The boys are being pulled. Again, it's all or nothing. Kiwian cannot transition out of this. He cannot macro out of this. He is muling, of course, but outside of that, the boys are on the way. And it's going to be all or nothing for Kiwian. Unfortunately, we do see a full wall off. A full wall on the high ground. We have the racks repositioning. We have another depot on the way as well. Spirit playing very safe, very secure. The Vulture almost gets caught out. It does fall back. First tank does fall out in time. Siege mode is on the way. And the boys have arrived, and there's just so much to work through. Gonna try and power down that depot. Meanwhile, the boys are pulled as well from Spirit. He does repair. He repairs. He tops up that depot. Keeps it alive. Tank is out. Siege mode does now finish. And Spirit holds. The depot will not fall. The Marines and the Vultures will. Oh, but the tank sieges up. GG gets caught. Spirit, he holds and he takes game number 1. Whew. GG. Oh my god. GG, well played, Spirit. He will take a lead in this series. He will survive the aggression. Again, Kiwian, it was a bold move to go for a proxy 3x, and hey, it didn't get scattered. Did not get scattered. He was able to get across the map, but unfortunately, he took a little bit too long to bust into the main base. Again, once the bunker completed on the high ground, it felt like that was game. Felt like that was game then and there. I mean, shout out to Spirit because he did react so quick and so fast to throw down that bunker, to get it up and running, to make sure he was safe and secure, get into his Vulture production as well, and with that, Spirit does take a lead. Here. When we talk about our 2 players compared against each other, especially for those that have maybe not watched Spirit or Kiwian, I do favor Kiwian when it comes to his play with Brood War Terran. I do favor Spirit when it comes to SC2 Terran instead, and the way that this format works is that it is loser's pick. It is going to be loser's pick here. So Kiwian, it is going to be his choice whether he wants to play Brood War Terran or SC2 Terran instead. Is up to Kiwian. As we're getting ready for game number 2, it's going to be on Ley Lines. And spawning in the top right-hand corner of Ley Lines, we have once again the StarCraft 2 Terran player, the Red Terran, representing himself. Usually casting, but now is competing. It is a Kiwian. Goodbye, kid. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the Brood War Terran player. We have the Blue Terran from the land of Poland, leading the series 1-0. It is Spirit. And as a reminder, this is a best of 7, so plenty more games ahead of us, plenty more games to come as we do settle in. And I feel like there's a lot of thought that has to go into which races you play on which maps, I would imagine. Just because, I mean, if you've noticed, Game 1 was on Whispers of Gold, Game 2 is here on Ley Lines. These are both SE2 maps. We have yet to really embrace the StarCraft, the Brood War, or the SE Evo maps, referring to Troy, referring to Citadel. I mean, it's the best of 7, so we're going to get a lot of games and a lot of maps, and I'm curious if maybe that's part of the thought process here when it comes to what race to pick. Bearing in mind that in some of the SE, or in most, if not all, the SE Evo maps, there's no, like, Reaper Cliff, for example. There's no Reaper Cliff coming into the main base. There is a bit of a disadvantage of the SE2 race on some of those maps, depending on how you want to approach it, but we'll see. We'll see what our plan is going to be, as this time, the Rax is back at home. This time, Kiwian is going for a standard opener. Single gas, looks like a Rax into expansion, looks like an economic build. Meanwhile, Spirit going for a Rax expand as well. Same opener he went for in Game 1. So we are going to be settling in. Now, when it comes to Kiwian's macro, when it comes to Spirit's macro, when it comes to Brood War Terran, I could be mistaken, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe Spirit has played mech every game. I remember because he played mech against Skillus, if you recall. He played nothing but mech against Skillus. He played mech against his Terran opponents in the quarterfinals. That was against Quanta as well. He did play SC2 Bio, but yeah, again, whenever he played Brood War, I believe it was mech every single time. I'm not saying that Bio isn't viable in Brood War. It is. 100% it is. We've seen many players actually win with a Bio Brood War, the Terran race. But Spirit is one that has not yet fully embraced that, I don't think. Unless I'm misremembering. It's possible he played it like once or twice. So I'm leaning towards that direction here. As Reaper dips in, SV goes down. Just poking in, and the Reaper does confirm the CC on the low ground. Does confirm the economic opener. Kiwian will back off. Behind this, yep, second factory. There we go. I mean, no surprises here. Second factory is on the way, so it is going to be mech once again from Spirit. Again, it is what he does embrace. When it comes to mech, it's a lot different here in this kind of mod, just because vultures are a lot more, I mean, they do a great job at gaining map control when it comes to spider mines, when it comes to their mobility as well, when it comes to their harassing potential. Third CC already gets placed. Very fast third CC here by Spirit. Very greedy play here, and he's going to try and cut as many corners as he can. For the time being, Kiwian doesn't know. Kiwian himself going for a 1-1-1, getting ready for some drop play, I would imagine. Could go into a Raven-based opener, or even something like a Banshee-based opener instead. He has options. He has options with his 1-1-1 follow-up. But because of the economic opener, because of the late gases, I'm leaning more towards medevac and drop play. But we'll see. As Vulture pulls back, does barely survive. Behind this, Ion Thrusters on the way. That is, of course, Vulture speed. Let's go. Since I guess Twitch still banned in Korea now. As is being stated in the chat, a lot of the Korean streamers, they now stream on other platforms, either on Soup or on YouTube or on Chijik. So there's different Korean platforms now where they all stream. Just as a heads up. But yes, most of them have since left Twitch. There are some Korean streamers that, or I should say, there are some Korean players that still stream on Twitch, like Quanta, for example, or Luna C. But even though they stream on Twitch, they do so like for free. Like they can't like gain any ad revenue from it. They can't gain any subscription benefits from it. Like they can't like gain any monetary value from streaming on Twitch. It is kind of blocked off for them. So that is unfortunate. Very unfortunate. But regardless. Here we go, we do have the Vultures pushing on now. They do catch the first Cyclone, trading 1 for 1, or 1 for 2 even. And again, this is purely minerals for Spirit, so minerals for gas. He will shut down every single Cyclone. The cleanest trade, but a trade nonetheless. Meanwhile, at the same time, we spoke about that medevac opener. The drop does get into the mineral line. There is a tank to defend. A couple of SCVs may be targeted down, but for the most part, Spirit he holds. Yeah, he does hold on. Only 2 SCVs go down. Likewise, across the map, Cyclones, they clean up the remaining Vultures, and we are continuing Cyclone production, but okay. I was curious if it was going to be mech versus mech, but no, it's going to be mech versus bio, as Kiwian is getting into Stim. Stim is on the way. Kiwian chopping back over. Once again, just trying to gain as much value as he can, but Last Spirit is keeping up. He does maintain his position here in the main. We'll shut down the Marines. Likewise, scan reveals saturation here, or the third base that has been placed has been thrown down. And Kiwian is one step behind here when it comes to the third base timing. Up against Mech, that is the terrifying thing. Oh, he's crazy. The medevac is so low. Does threaten to jump into the main. Marines, they do reposition. Only 2 Marines. Cyclones, they will drop in. Will jump in. Nice control here. Saves the Cyclones. Trades. Oh, wow. Trades the Vultures. Very nicely done. What was that? 4 Vultures going down. 2 Marines. And Kiwi does not lose a single unit. Does pull back. At the same time, additional Cyclones checking that third base. Going for the disable. Tank is disabled, and they may be able to get on top of it. It's a backup tank behind this. Mass repair, not good enough. Tank goes down. And it's able to pick off a handful of SCVs. Not too many, though. As Spirit does break out. Ooh, it's 2 Cyclones falling. From here, Kiwian, he retreats. He's now getting his third base. But, I mean, look at the saturation here for Spirit. He's almost fully saturated on 3 bases. Ay, ay, ay. Again, getting that faster third base has more than paid off for Spirit. Kiwian falling back, getting into his Raxes, into his eBays, embracing his bio. But he's playing bio against a meching player that has a better economy. Speaking of 4CC immediately on the way, Jesus. Oh no, they're stuck! Feel SimCity, man. I mean, that's something that, yeah, Spirit has to get used to, is some of the SimCity here of the Brood buildings and the add-ons, but there we go. Does reposition. Spider Mines are on the way. Again, getting into Tank Vulture for the time being. Now, we have seen an interesting dynamic where the SC2 Terran player, and we saw this last night in Spirit versus Quanta, where they can kind of vie for air control instead. I do think that SC2 Terran has better air Terran than Brood War Terran. I'm referring to going to Viking Liberator, right? Viking Lib to gain control of the ground, then going into Mass Raven. Not saying that Spirit wouldn't be able to counteract that. I mean, that's where the Goliaths come into play, and Goliaths are cheaper. They're easier to mass up, but it does create a very different dynamic. Very different dynamic here. So for the time being, we're still just focusing on Vulture tank. Ravens move out. They will be able to get a tank here. 1 tank goes down. Nice pickup. Going for additional tanks. But this time the Vultures are keeping up. Oh my god. What do we go for? I mean, nothing shoots up. Nothing shoots up here for Spirit, so the Ravens, they're free to just wander around. Now we have Goliath production on the way. That's going to be 6 Goliaths in production here for Spirit, going into Goliath range as well. So he will have some anti-air. He's getting there. I wonder if you could throw down, because the auto turrets, they don't trigger the mines. Could you throw down an auto turret and actually manually target all the spider mines? Curious. I guess we're just going to use the Cyclones anyway. It'll be fine. Cyclones will clean them up. Likewise, secondary army here on the right hand side. Kiwian rotating around. The armies, they do come across each other. Nice disable here on the first tank. Tank is disabled. And should go down. And as we see Kiwian pushing on 2 ends, we have Spirit going right down mid, right through the center to the third base. Again, Vultures, they melt mineral lines. But there is a bio army here to respond. Oh my god. He's up with the spider mines, shuts down the Vultures, forces them back. Kiwian, he's holding his ground. Vultures, they run into the Cyclones. Yeah, some rough pathing here from Spirit, not where he wanted to go. Leaves out most of his Vultures. Now heavily reliant here on Goliath instead. There's not much of a bio army here to really contest this army yet. He's still building up. Here we go. Reinforcements are on the way. And Kiwian takes a massive supply lead. I mean, he has been more cost efficient. And he's getting his 4th base. 4th base getting up and running. Still down in workers, but hey, he can push in. He's getting a better angle in the tanks. He's avoiding those Centrifuges. The Goliaths, they're coming from behind. There are disables. He gets 1, he gets 2. 2 tanks, mass auto turrets as well, and Kiwian is snowballing out of control. He breaks the 4th base. He can stim in. The cannon he will. He does bring down all the tanks. Going for the CC. Doesn't quite get it. CC does get out. Does float away. But Kiwian, he's maxed out. Jesus. Oh my god. He is maxed out. That is a massive wall of tanks, though. Once again, Vulture run by here towards the third, but Kiwian is ready for this. Somewhat ready for this. Yeah, he responds in time, shuts down the Vultures. Nice cleanup. The run by does nothing. But pushing into these siege tanks, it's not going to be easy here. Kiwian, he scans, he gets eyes on the army, he spots the CCs as they're floating over. That's going to be a triple expand here from Spirit. Jesus. Taking the center base. Top center and top left as well. Just triple expanding as we speak. And Kiwian needs to deny some of these bases. Does need to deny them. Scans, sees the expansion. Drop into the main. Turrets are ready. Uh-oh. He's missing in. Does boost in. Ooh, one full medevac goes down. A brutal loss at the same time. He's slowly gaining ground here, getting some of the tanks. Bio army is going to be cleaned up. Cyclones, they get eyes on the northern expansion. And you see the tanks are getting within range of the mineral land as well. So far, good moves here by Kiwian. Distracts in the main, denies one expansion, denies the other. There's still that center base is getting up and running, but here comes another army. Oh, there's just one tank. Oh my god, Spider-Man went off. Jesus, I didn't even notice. Spider-Man went off. Does deny mining here at the third, but the army, it's battered and bruised. And Kiwian, he has to back off. Again, that one Spider-Man that connected was brutal. If it wasn't for that, I think he could have held his own there. And Spirit, despite triple expanding, I mean, he at least gets one base up and running. It's heavily oversaturated, but it is up and running, and now he's pushing. Spirit, he moves out across the map, heading towards the top expansion. Tanks are sieging. And without the Ravens, I mean, how can we push in? How can Kiwian deal with this? The Ravens are across the map. Some of them are massing back at home, and yeah, he gives up on the base. He knows he cannot save it. Actually trying to set up a surround. And coming in from behind. And there we go, he stims in. Does get on top of 3 of these tanks. 3 tanks going down. Some of these are late to siege. Comes in for the surround, and is it enough? It's close. Barely not. Barely not enough. The base goes down. 16 SCVs. That's a big loss for Kiwian. Didn't save the expansion. And the tank survived. And again, Spirit, he re-expands. Takes top left. Spirit now has the better economy. And soon he can outscale his opponent. So Kiwian, he's been doing well here. Oh, gets a couple of tanks. Takes down 3 tanks, not bad. But Spirit just mass expanding, Jesus. Like, give Spirit an inch, papi, and he sends it. Just taking every base on the map. As soon as he gets map control here, nice cleanup. That's what, 5 tanks going down. Same time, Race here getting behind the mineral line. Oh. Getting a Raven, nice cleanup. Spirit pushing on the right-hand side. Again, still with map control. Does find the most important mining base here of a Kiwian. He cannot afford to lose this. Oh, there's a minefield waiting for him. Oh no! Oh, Kiwian! Oh my god, I mean, tank is going off. Massive connections. Jesus, the Marauders, they barely survive. Planetary goes down, and Kiwian is being starved out. Does go for the Doom Drop, no Goliaths. Oh my god, Jesus. Does Suicide Drop here on top of the army, bleeds out his entire Bioforce. That was a rough trade for Kiwian, and he's down to 3 bases. Really, he's down to a 2-base economy. Barely a 2-base economy. So he's trying to be active, but last Spirit, he's getting out of hand here. Chases back the harassing army, getting into raids for some anti-air, or additional anti-air against those Ravens. Pulls back to the safety of the tanks. Disable's going off. Let's go. Mass disable of the tanks. There's 1 tank left. Nice concave here from Kiwian. He's breaking through. Does break through the tank line just barely. Very close fight. Scans ahead of time, takes down the spider mines, denies the center base. But he needs more than this. Again, there's still just so many expansions. Jesus. Spirit, he's making 3 more CCs. He has to be stopped, Pappy. Can he be stopped? Kiwian pushing in. Desperately trying to deny bases, but Spirit, he's so quick to just retake them. He lifts, he lands, he takes more bases. And because Kiwian's been so active with his army, he has not much at home to defend, has a handful of reinforcements, 1 Marine, 1 Marauder, Vultures, they can just annihilate this middle line, 28 SCVs! Kiwian, he races back home. He will defend. Couple of Vultures peel off towards the natural, they deny the expansion here on the right hand side. Ooh, that's a kill, not a cancel. Yeah, brutal losses here for Kiwian. Can just barely sustain himself. The Vultures, they come back in. They come back. Oh my god. Jesus, Spider Mine's going off. 12 SCVs going down. This will be cleaned up. These are losses that Kiwian cannot afford. Not anymore. And you can see he's desperate. He's landing his main. The main base has been lifted. Landing over towards the would-be 5th. And Spirit, he has his entire half of the map. Ay, ay, ay. Taking even some of Kiwian's bases. Why not? And here comes his death bull of an army. You thought the Vultures were hard to deal with. Now he's got a mass tank. How many tanks? 18. 18 tanks. 9 Goliaths. We have disables going up, but there just aren't enough disables. There's too many tanks, man. Oh my god. Yeah, the disables are about to run out. They're holding their own. The tank line is stand strong. It shuts down the bio. Takes out every single Raven as well. The Goliaths in the race putting in a lot of work. And Spirit takes a massive supply lead. GG gets called, and Spirit takes game number 2. Whew. GG. GG, well played, Spirit. He will take a 2-0 lead, a very strong showing here. I mean, what I will say is that, winding it back, if you remember, initially Kiwian was the one in control. Remember, Kiwian, he went for a tri-pronged attack, and as Spirit was triple expanding, Kiwian denied all 3 bases. But if you remember, momentum swung in favor of Spirit. I want to say it was with that Spider-Mine shot. If you remember, there was the it was like the triple drop coming in towards the northern base. Took a Spider-Mine shot to the face. A handful of Vultures were able to defend, save the mineral line, and then from there is when Spirit was able to force back his opponent, gain map control, and never really let go of it as well. It was very quick how momentum swung from one player to the other. Kiwian had some really strong moments, don't get me wrong, but you could see, like, once, because Spirit was mass expanding, once he got like a base up on his opponent, like he was so hard to stop. Jeez, so difficult to really slow down. And with that, Spirit takes a 2-0 lead, and now we are getting into game number 3. Now, I'm still hoping for a back and forth. I mean, I feel like we have seen a lot from Kiwian to prove that he can take it to Spirit. I want to believe he can, but we'll see how he does approach this as we're getting into game 3. It's going to be on one of the more unorthodox maps in the map pool. We're going to be loading into Monty Hall. Let's go. Let us go. If you don't know what we're getting into, it's almost like a MOBA map in a way. I mean, there's a lot to talk about as we load into game number 3. Gonna have to switch our players around. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner, of Monty Hall, we have our... God damn it, hold on. We have our South Korean Terran player, the Red Terran representing himself. Currently down in this series, though. We'll see if he can bounce back. It's still best of 7, but he's running out of games here. He has to fight back here and now to make a series out of this. It is Kiwian. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have the Brood War Terran player once again. He's been forced to play Brood War every single game. And, I mean, he's been doing well for himself. The Teal Terran from Poland, it is Spirit. Here we Go. So we are going to be settling in. Again, as a reminder, it is loser's pick, and Kiwian, he has been picking SE2 time and time again, the SE2 Terran race, and I believe it's because he feels confident that Spirit isn't well-versed enough with Brood Terran that he can overwhelm him. But clearly that's not happening. Clearly that's not working. We see Spirit going for a CC first into a more delayed Rax, and welcome to Monty Hall. Welcome, one double gas. Ooh. It looks like Kiwian might cheese. It looks like he might just go for an all-in, but double gas open at a Kiwian. Very odd, very strange. Welcome to Monty Hall. What do you see here? We're fully walled off on one base. We're fully walled in with mineral patches. The gold mineral patch is only one mineral, so you can mine through it with an SCV. But fun fact, this little narrow choke point is only large enough for units like SCVs. For the army to actually get through this, you have to mine through the actual mineral patches, which are much larger. I believe 30 minerals, so it takes 6 SCVs or 6 trips to mine through one of these patches. And from here, you can gain access to your would-be natural 3rd or 4th base. You can pick and choose which way you want to expand. Likewise, so can your opponent. As we do see Spirit, he actually throws out a depot to scout each one of these locations. Interesting. SCV skirts around the edge. Again, with double gas, it looks like a proxy starport. Do we go proxy BC? We have seen Quanta actually make good use of proxy BC on this map and wreak havoc, and I'm curious if Kiwian was watching. I mean, I think Quanta proxy BC'd Kiwian now that I think about it. Starport's on the way. Oh, that's a reactor. And the question becomes, do we go for an add-on swap into reactor Hellion? Into a drop? No, okay, no add-on swap. Show us the fusion core. I feel it. I feel it. Meanwhile, Mech once again. No surprise here. It is going to be Mech out of Spirit. He's been playing Mech every game so far. He's throwing down extra factories. And show us that tech. Floating up into the main, sorry, up the ramp, up into, of course, the tech lab. And we're still waiting for the fusion core. Tech lab's on the way. 3rd CC. Oh, okay. This could just be Banshee. It could just be Banshee into just greed here from Kiwian instead. Okay. So we have seen this exact build floating up into the cliff face as well from Quanta going into BC, but that is not the case here. Looks like, yep, Cloak Banshees. So very different route from Kiwian. I actually really like this. This might just end the game. So something that we've spoken about, and we mentioned when we casted the group stage of Spirit, is that, I don't know if you notice, but Spirit doesn't get comstat stations. Spirit, he hates scans, and he often avoids it. I don't know why, I don't know the rationale why Spirit does this, but it's very iconic to Spirit. He often does just completely skip out on the ability to scan, which is crazy. It might just be because it slows down SCV production, and he just wants to be greedy and just wants to make SCVs. Bearing in mind that there are no mules, comstat stations, they only provide scans, not mules. So it's possible that just because of the nature of Spirit, just because of how he plays, he just avoids it. He doesn't think it's worth it to invest into scans. Because of that, I mean, there's going to be very limited detection here. I mean, I say limited, non-existent detection. So these Banshees can wreak havoc. They can wreak havoc. Goliaths are on the way. I believe the Banshee was scattered by the floating racks. Cloak is done in a couple of seconds. Banshee has arrived. Denies mining in the main. Gets an SCV. Gets 1. Gets 2. Does 3 shots. Even delaying the Academy. Okay. And there we go. There's that Cloak. Academy is going to be delayed even longer here. So many SCVs going down, and we're not done. Another Banshee's on the way, and again, there is 0 detection. Academy does complete. Comsat station finally is being made for the first time this series. Let's go. Spirit, he doesn't want to, but he's forced to make these Comsat stations. But so many SCVs are going down, and this is becoming critical damage. Yeah, this is becoming far too much here. Getting 12 SCVs. There we go. There's the first scan. There's going to be a second scan as well. But the Banshees, they spread out, they split up, they head for more mineral lines. Turrets are in production. Ooh, the first Banshee did fall. Second one's still wreaking havoc. That's going to be 16 SCV kills. 17 even. And we have another one on the way. We have another one on the way. We saw that Spirit was getting his 3rd CC on location. Once again, it's all about greed for Spirit. That's how he usually does approach this. 17 SCV kills. With that, we do see that Kiwian has a 10 worker lead, which is good, but Spirit isn't out of this yet. Not yet. Still a rough start for him. And we'll see if from now on he starts making comstat stations. I mean, we'll see. In his regular play. As Banshee gets 1 more SCV. Oh. Does force out a scan. Remember, these Goliaths do not have their range upgrade, so have limited range. Banshee does get away, forcing another scan. Now, these scans aren't as impactful as they would be for SC2 Terran, just because you're not trading mules for scans. It's just a scan. So these are fine trades here for Spirit. Alright, guys, spreading out. Oh! Spreading out his Goliath, and it looks like he will get caught out. Yeah, very nice spread here from Spirit. He does catch the Banshee, does go down. With that, getting his 3rd base. Likewise, so is Kiwian, of course. Remember, Kiwian did go for a fast 3rd CC himself. And behind this is embracing Bio. Bio, once again, it's going to be Bio tank from Kiwian. Mech from Spirit. Spirit getting a 4th CC. So despite the fact that Kiwian does have a worker lead and does have a mule advantage as well, despite that, like, again, Spirit, he's still very much so in this game. He's building up more Goliaths. What I will say, though, is that Spirit, because of his commitment here into mass Goliath, because of the Banshee harass now getting to Goliath range, does mean that he has a limited tank production. He only has 3 tanks. For the time being, only 3 tanks here for Spirit. So his ground army is actually lacking here. Goliaths don't have the best anti-ground attack. So if we were to move out, if Kiwian were to push, Spirit would be vulnerable. Speaking of, the army is amassing. And Kiwian is moving out. He has gotten eyes on the 3rd. He is aware. Back at home, what is it to defend? There's going to be 2 tanks and a handful of vultures. Kiwian does scan ahead of time, does spot the vultures. Spirit does pull back. Again, there's 2 tanks. But the rest of the army is responding. Yeah, Spirit, he should have enough. He should have enough to hold. Oof. Tank bullies going up. They do get the turrets. Up! Wraith has arrived. Ravens have to respect it. Spirit expanding, taking a 4th. But the tanks are within range of the CC. And with that, he should force the lift. Say that, Spirit going for the mass repair. Banshee joins up with the army, providing extra vision. Oh! Gets some Sable up. Oh, the counter tank shots. Tank goes down. Again, very nice control here by Kiwian. Very nice control so far. Spider Mine's being set up. CC under heavy fire. Kiwian is reinforcing, trying to rotate over. Wraithras is moving out. 3rd tank has arrived. Just the 3. 4th tank on the way. Oh, the Banshee. Banshee gets caught. I mean, so far, this is delaying a lot of mining time here for Spirit. But he's also building up and getting ready to break out as well. Wraith gets into the middle line. Turrets are done. Wraith does get 4 SCVs. Even more, actually. Oh, my God. Catching Vikings. He collapses in. He pulls up, boys. Lives do siege up, but a little bit late. Army has to stim. Oh, Ravens, no big response. They throw down some mortar turrets. It looks like Kiwian, he holds. He holds on. He shuts down the army. He breaks through. The tanks are exposed. He stims in. He stims and he wins. Again, it was a rough start to the series here, but Kiwian, it looks like he has finally found his groove. He takes out the tank line, denies the expansion. It did take him abusing the fact that Spirit does often skips comstat stations, so did take that to occur. Going for the Banshee harass, but I do think that was just a very specialized build against Spirit specifically, because he doesn't like making comstat stations. So a very anti-Spirit opener did pop off. That has led into this. The base is going to be going down. Spirit, he plummets in supply. And from here, Kiwian can keep pushing. He can and he should keep pushing. Behind this, how many tanks? There's 3 tanks. 3 vultures. Spirit trying to defend with a bare minimum. There is a disable available. True. There's a disable. There is an interference matrix. A liberator as well. I just dropping on the army. Oh. Does drop on the army. Ooh, forces some friendly fire. Nicely done. And triggers those spider mines as well. Ooh, spider mine goes off, and it looks like Spirit may just be able to hold on. Oh my god. It is going to be close. 1 tank left. CC's under fire. Spirit is knocked down to 2 bases. A 2-base economy. Getting more SCVs. GG gets called. Spirit taps out, and Kiwian, he fights back. He puts a point on the board. Whew. GG. Oh my god. GG, well played. Kiwian does take a lead in the series. Again, just abusing some of the tendencies of Spirit. He is known for just skipping comstat stations entirely. Doesn't really value scan too much in Brood War Terran versus SC2 Terran. And because of that, there was, what, 17 SCV kills with that Banshee harass. It was insane how much damage was dealt. Spirit was being greedy to recover. He was mass expanding, but that also meant that his ground army was lacking. If you remember, we were talking about the lack of tanks that he had initially. He only had 3 tanks to defend, which is why he couldn't really keep up with the army movement of Kiwian. His base was under fire, and he was up against the wall. Spirit, he was up against the wall there with that. GG, well played. Kiwian, he is fighting back. And, oh, I am excited here for what comes next. Once again, another unorthodox map. Up next, Neo Isles of Siren. Let's go. Let's go, Poppy. What combination of words did I just say? That's long form for island map. Let's go. We're going to be loading into the island map here. Let us embrace and continue the series. And thankfully, we have more matches ahead of us. It will not be one-sided. Ooh, as we are switching things over here. Okay, I mean, it is loser's pick, and we here in the bottom right-hand corner picking the SC2 Terran for the first time this series. He can finally embrace what he is best at from the land of Poland, the Teal Terran. It is Spirit. Rocking the SC2 Terran race and spawning in the bottom left-hand corner. We have the Brood War Terran player, South Korean Terran. He is red. He is a Kiwian. Here we go. As we do embrace a very unusual map in the map pool, something that is not seen in SC2 anymore, but it is near and dear to many of our hearts. Welcome one and all to Neo Isles of Siren. It is an island map, and it is not just an island map, it is a 4-player spawn map as well. It has it all. It's crazy. You can spawn in top left, top right, and bottom left as well. So both players, they have to try to piece together where exactly they are. On top of that, these islands, something that's most unique about it, which is most interesting to me, is how narrow the the river is between these bases. What I mean by that is because the area that is actually splitting up these islands is so narrow and so small, it means that you can actually set up and support from the other side with tank lines, with siege positions like liberators and tanks, or Tempest even if we go into a TVP, or Guardians and Broodlords with Zerg players, but you can actually siege from the other island as well. That we have seen that already in this tournament. But just to go over the islands themselves, you have 4 bases. You have your main, you have your natural, you have your third base. Both these center bases do have high yield gases as well, so plenty of gas to work with. And there is also the center 4th base, which is also technically a part of your island. The downside though with this center base is ground-wise, to gain access to the space, you have to go the long way around. There's like a long corridor that snakes around that leads into your main. And what this means specifically, and we have seen a lot of players struggle to defend this, is if you have an army here, for example, at your third or at your natural, if you have an army here, if you get attacked here at your fourth base, at the center base, if you don't have drops, if you don't have medevacs or dropships or a quick way to respond via air, a ground response with your vultures or tanks, you have to go the long way around. You have to go the long way around. It takes so long. It takes so long to actually get to the center base with your ground army. So if you get caught out of position, and vice versa, right? If your army's here, if your vultures and tanks are here, if you get attacked here, then, I mean, you just get pulled apart. And you, the aggressing player can really wreak havoc. So it can be quite difficult to defend. Meanwhile, we do have our Overlord Scout across the map. Technically the Rack Scout, as Kiwian is going to be embracing mech. And he will confirm the expansion of his opponent. Likewise, it's a double-edged sword because Spirit also confirms the location of Kiwian. As, you know, this Rax could not have gotten here from this angle unless Kiwian spawned in bottom left. So both players, they scout each other. Kiwian has information though when it comes to the build of choice. It is going to be a 1-1-1. Rax expand into a 1-1-1, third CC on location as well, so both players are being as greedy as possible. It makes sense. Oh, we have a floating eBay from the side of Kiwian. Do love to see it. But Kiwian, he's more aware of the build, he's more aware of the greed. And behind this, Kiwian is embracing his own armory. Okay, getting to an armory, getting to his own factories. No third CC yet, but there we go. It's now on the way. Third CC on location. Here we go. Now, something that we have seen that we can compare here between SE2 and Brood War is that the SE2 Terran race is more mobile. 100%. It is more mobile in some aspects. I was talking about Air Terran before, and I stand by that. When it comes to Liberators, when it comes to Vikings, when it comes to Medevacs and their ability to boost around as well, that is a big edge that they have over the Brood War Terran race. Brood War Terran mech can be more mobile ground-wise with Vultures, but Vultures aren't really a factor here. No, without drop play, I should say. So I'm curious to see how Kiwian does approach the problem that is the lack of mobility, that he has. As he will be down in mobility here. Behind this is building up Goliaths. Interesting. So this makes sense considering it's an island map. I should also emphasize this. If you want to learn from these players, if you want to learn StarCraft Evolution, do not use this map as a basis because it's very unorthodox. Again, you will not open up Goliath like this unless you're on an island map. This makes sense because, more than anything, clearly Kiwian wants anti-air. He wants to make sure that drops do not get in. Especially with a 1-1-1 opener, drop play is very much so viable early on. Ooh, as that is two more armies behind this. It's going to be mech. Not just mech, we have a fusion core as well. BC. Checking the vision. The scan missed it. Scan did miss the fusion core, which means Kiwian doesn't know. He doesn't know that BCs are going to be on the way. He did see the tech lab. He saw the tech lab on the starport, but this could just mean Raven. That's the problem here. This could just be, you know, mech with Raven support, which is standard. We know that it's not, that it's BC. Meanwhile, cheeky move here by Kiwian. I did notice the academy being researched, and I was very confused. I was like, why is there an academy? Now we know. Ooh, for the proxy, Firebats. The Firebats are waddling in. They were trying to be a surprise here. One of them goes down. The other two get into the mineral line, but they're not getting much done. Yeah, they get cleaned up. Cheeky move here out of Kiwian. It was bold. Didn't quite work out. Unfortunately, Spirit did scout. He did confirm. Going for the proxy in-base Firebats. Ay. Almost. But that was a big investment. Not the Firebats themselves, but the Academy. The Academy was another big investment as well to add on to that. You know, Spirit is defending here with his Cyclones. Likewise, prioritizing anti-air. Turrets are on the way. Sensor towers as well. Something else to bear in mind that I didn't mention, it isn't just these 4 islands, but we have a center island as well, which has 4 gases and many mineral patches. So a lot of resources to take advantage of. Do you see Kiwian going for a Goliath drop here to deny any expansions? Yeah, there we go. He does make sure that Spirit is contained to his island. Remember, Spirit is hyper greedy. That's the thing about Spirit, is that he is so oppressive with how greedy he is. He is known for that in SE2. Likewise in SE Evo as well. And you see Spirit attempting to expand to another island. There are tanks here to support. is going to try to float around. But last we do see that Kiwian, he's scouting. He's there. He's here. He's in position. Oh! Trying to drag the army within range of the tank. Oh! Tank shield goes up. BC comes in. Yeah, he gets one of the Goliaths. Massive pickup. Oof. Dropship under fire. BC's on the hunt, and now Spirit can expand. And the pressure now is on Kiwian to deny this. He's building up more tanks, more Goliaths. At least he knows about the BC. But the problem is now he can't stop the expansion. And this is brutal. Like, once Spirit gets a foothold here, like, he's not going to stop. As he's avoiding his own center fourth for the time being, now taking it. Going for the northern expansion instead. Dropships are amassing, but as you can imagine, like, it's just so awkward to really, like, jump onto an island here with these dropships. With limited mech. More BCs are building up. Again, this is how you answer the problem of traversing around the map. You just embrace Sky Terran. So again, Sky Terran makes plenty of sense here for Spirit going 2-port BC. Mass BC from Spirit. And I do worry here for Kiwian. I worry that he's not quite set up for this yet. He's getting to mass Goliath, which will help, but again, Goliaths are limited by the islands themselves. They are quite limited. Drop is coming in. Oof. Goliaths are denied. Planetary is done. The Goliaths, they cannot touch the planetary. And Kiwian backs off. And just like that, Spirit takes a lead. Or I should say, a base lead in a sense. As he has been able to migrate to another island. Tanks are now going to be reinforcing for Kiwian. Going to be dropping over. Slipping in between the bases, catching out the medevac. Does get the medevac, will zone away the BC. Lock down his research for Kiwian. They will deny some mining time, not bad. Yamada goes off. Oh, once again, the tanks they're able to support. As we mentioned before, because this area is so narrow here, tanks on the other side, they can help out. And now there's 4 BCs. Yeah, the Goliaths, they cannot hold their own. The mass BC getting out of hand. Or every single Goliath is going to be cleaned up. And again, this is the power of the BC. And behind this, 3 BCs at a time. Sorry, 4 BCs at a time. Jesus. Just so many battle cruisers for Spirit. And he's just leaving Kiwian in the dust. I know that Kiwian, technically, he's up in army supply. But the soup does lie. Like, the soup does lie at this point. Like, Spirit has the more efficient army with BCs. And he's taking more bases. Taking more expansions. Taking control of the northern island. Like, to be honest, in a head-on fight, I would favor Kiwian. Like, especially with Ghost. With Ghost, Lockdown has been researched as well. I do think that he can take a fight. But the problem is, how can he? As you can see here, he can't use all his supply. He's limited by his dropships. That's what I was saying before. Like, he has to either slowly, like, unload onto this island and then come back and then reinforce, or just fight perpetually with only half his army against mass BC. Okay, the limitations here are brutal for Kiwian. As he does rotate. Going for the center expansion. Oh. Kiwian does shoot first. Get the tank. Lockdown here on 2 BCs. Very nice lockdowns. Now there's tanks behind this. Yamada's going to be going up. And the first BC does go down, but the other will survive. Again, there's no more tank support here for Kiwian. He has to reinforce with more tanks. And Spirit only loses 1 BC. And here comes the Sky Terran. As we mentioned, like, Sky Terran, like, SE2 Sky Terran is crazy. With Live Viking BC, he can do it all, Bappy. I see the liberation is here. There's too much freedom. Yeah, bullies back the Goliaths and the Ghosts. Does shut this down. And he keep going and chase down the drop. Oh, has to be careful to overextend. Bringing everything back. That's a kill in the center CC. Yamato is going to be available. Oh. True. I mean, he could just ignore this army. He can just go for the southern expansion. Ay, ay, ay. And again, this is the problem here with this drop play. Is that the win condition for Spirit, just zone away the drops. Zone away the drop ships. Speaking of, drop ships under fire. Oh my god. One drop ship goes down. He gets one. We do see just a Doom drop here across the map instead. Liberation Siege is up. BC's at teleport on top of this. The boys are being pulled. Oh my god. And the BC's reign supreme. They shut down the entire army. Kiwian, he's trying to expand his taking these northern bases, but I'm afraid to look. He's killed like 1 battlecruiser this game. Sorry, 3. 3 battlecruisers. Like, the efficiency here is crazy. Spirit's only losing 2k against 4k gas. Literally, like, double the efficiency here. Even more for minerals. Crazy. Now, Valkyries have arrived. Now we see Kiwian getting into his own, or attempting to get into his own Sky Terran to support. But it's easier said than done. Okay. And remember we spoke earlier how SC2 Terran is so much more mobile. Even if these tanks get caught out, as long as there's no lockdown, they can just teleport away. They can just teleport away from here. Doesn't even matter. Speaking of, Valkyries, they dive in. Oh my god, the Yamatos are brutal. That's 2 bases going down and 11 SCVs. Does he have more Yamatos? He does. Yamato goes up. Up. On a Valkyrie. From here, Spirit, he's maxed out. He's killing his own units to make more BCs. Makes sense. The Cyclones are dead supply. Just making more, I say BC. He's making more Viking, making more Liberator. 7 libs at a time. Jesus. From here, he just has to back off, top up, repair, and then just keep going. Vikings, they lands. There's no planetaries for Brood or Terran, bear that in mind. So the bases are exposed. BCs, they hit the center base at the same time. You have some nice lockdowns, but it's not going to be enough. Oh my god. Yamatos pop off, they take out most of the ghosts. Now these BCs, they are trapped for the time being. They are locked down. Kiwian, he can shut down some of these battlecruisers. That's a lot of Goliaths. He can fight. Liberators have arrived, but these BCs are finally cleaned up. Here come the reinforcements. Vikings, they land. BCs go ham. Yeah, and there's just too much in the air. Too much on the ground as well. We'll teleport away. We'll save his battlecruisers. He's happy to trade his Vikings. Yo, Viking versus Goliath, let's go. As they do pull away. And again, these are trades that Spirit can afford. He does throw away some Vikings here. It's not the best trades overall, but I mean, he's got plenty of bases, plenty of expansions. Bearing in mind that Spirit can also get away with a lower SCV count because he has mules. Oh, god. Oh, let's go. They waddle in. And GG gets called. There's just too many losses, too much to handle. And Spirit will take a lead in the series. Will get up 3-1. Is 1 game away from advancing onto the grand finals. GG. GG, well played. 1 more game is all that Spirit needs, and we'll see if Kiwian can bounce back. Again, what I will emphasize though when it comes to that island map is it is a very unique map as well, and does lead to some more unorthodox games, unorthodox game states. We saw that Kiwian was attempting to make use of drop play, but we saw that once Spirit was able to gain a foothold, he never really let go of it. Never let go. He snowballed out of control when it came to his economy. He also got away with his BC production. Remember, as a reminder as well, it was unfortunate the first scan of Kiwian. He scanned the main, he saw the 111, and do you remember? He did not see the fusion core. The fusion core was behind the main base mineral line, and Kiwian barely missed it. So he had no idea that BCs were being researched that quickly, that early on. If he had, I'm sure he would have been much more prepared for it and would have transitioned earlier on into something more sky focused. So it was just really unfortunate that that Spirit, he teched up into BC so quickly, and he got away with it, right? He got unscattered. So that was a brutal moment for Kiwian. But here we go. We're getting into game number 5. Let's go. Whew. Let us go. And spawning in the top right-hand corner of Citadel, we have the blue Terran player, the Brood War Terran. Oh, they switched places and they switched colors. God damn it. Hold on. Hold on, I'm getting there. But spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the South Korean Terran player, the Brood War Terran. Down in the series, one more loss, and he is out of the tournament. Can he bounce back? It is Kiwian. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the red Terran player, the SC2 Terran from land of Poland. One game away from making it to the grand finals. It is Spirit. Let's go. Whew. As now we can breathe easy, we can finally break out, and we can actually move freely here on the ground. We are not constricted and confined by islands, not by any means. And as a result, Kiwian is going to have a much easier time, or a much better time, getting to his mid-game. Oh, as he's opening up 2 racks. Hello, Kiwian. What's going on? Okay, so Kiwian is going for a delayed CC. Now, first things first, welcome one and all to the ASMR raining map. There is rain in the background, there's some thunderstorms as well, but more importantly, 4-player map. 4-player spawn map, so the players have no idea where they are. We know cross spawn. They are diagonal cross spawn locations here, which does mean long rush distance by ground can or should lead into a longer game state, which is why this is unfortunate. Kiwian is gambling. If it was a horizontal spawn or vertical spawn, then Kiwian, he can get away with the stim timing. It's basically a 2-rack stim. It's borderline 1 base all in. We'll see if he expands or not, but this is a hyper aggressive build. And again, if Spirit was next to him, this would hit so hard. That's not going to happen though. Spirit, he is cross spawn, he is diagonal spawn, which means reinforcements take longer to get across the map. This is best case scenario for Spirit. It is best case scenario. Kiwian, he's scouting, is looking for his opponent, does scout bottom right. We can see Spirit scouting top left. So it'll take a little bit longer here, but eventually they will find each other. And the question becomes, will Spirit actually confirm the aggression that's coming his way in time? That's the question. So thankfully, Kiwian, he will be scouting the bottom left location, will confirm Spirit. Does get eyes on the CC. Again, economic opener here out of Spirit. Racks expand. Marines are amassing, better externally. Yeah, 1 base all in. 1 base all in. This is actually the euthermal build. This is the euthermal build here. So 2-rack stim with 2 medics. And then you send it across the map. Now, okay, we are expanding behind this, but this is very committed nonetheless. Marines are revealed. The Marines are revealed. And we'll see if Kiwian can get damage done with this. Now, the power of this build, of course, is the medic. Because this hits so fast, with medic support, this means that you can stim freely. You have much more stims available than your usual SE2 stim build. So this does hit harder. Back at home, bunkers on the way. Cyclones in production. Honestly, I do think that Hellions are a little bit better in this position. We have seen Hellions shut this down so hard. But alas, Spirit going for Cyclones instead. Trying to slow this down. Is trying to slow this down. Stim is done. Ooh, Kiwian double expanding. He's crazy. Does double expand. There's the first stim. Dives on the bunker, actually. Sorry, dives on the SCVs. Does focus them down. Gets 3, 4 SCV kills. 5, 6. Oh my god. 7 SCVs go down. Very nice damage. Get 7 SCVs. Forces a cancel on the depot. Very nice economic damage. Remember, double expanding behind this. Natural into a third base as well. So Kiwian pulls ahead. Checks the main. Confirms the 1-1-1. And now the pressure is on Spirit instead to counterattack. Do have range on the way for those Marines. More Marines are amassing. One of the medics did survive. We go. How'd you go with the attack? I think Wraiths over Goliath. I do think specifically in on island maps, I think I agree. I think I do agree there. I don't think the Valkyries really help too much with their splash damage. I think Valkyries have potential for more damage, like technically, just because if the BCs are stacking up, then they do more damage over time. The Valkyries, I mean, but yeah, that was not happening. So just unfortunate setup there for Kiwian. I mean, even if he was going to race in that moment, I think it was too late anyway. I think it would not have helped too much in those fights. But regardless, we're settling in. Getting to a 5-rack setup. Third CC is on the way. Spirit has not confirmed what's going on. Not yet. And he's just turtling up. He's just settling into his 2-base setup. Scan reveals a 3rd CC timing, so now Kiwian knows that his opponent is not all in.
SCV ready.
I also just realized, okay, I should know. As his add-ons are getting into stim, and Kiwian, he's going to have quite a comfortable early game here. Will have a good economy, building up more bio, getting to eventual tank production himself. Things are looking good. So far looking good here for Kiwian. As he is moving out, bearing in mind he saw the timing of the 3rd CC, so his goal here is to delay the 3rd. Scans ahead of time, spots the army. He stims in. The tanks, they do siege in time though. Yeah, the tanks are ready, and Spirit holds. Whew. Spirit, he will hold. Bearing in mind that, of course, Kiwian doesn't have any tanks of his own, so he has to back up. He has to respect this. Pulls away. Spirit is catching up. Is going to be catching up. Likewise, we have our science facility on the way. Potentially to get into science vessels. We do see, and we have confirmation that, I mean, now that we're playing Bio, sorry, now that we're playing SC2 Terran, Spirit, he can finally, for the first time this series, play Bio. For the first time this series, let's go. It's not Mech. It's not Sky Terran. It's Marine, fat. It's the man with gun. You love to see it. Let's go. Do love to see it here. As we can now embrace the longer game state. We have Kiwian checking for fresh expansions. Spotted Marines all over the place. Zonaga now in control of Spirits. Bearing in mind there are Zonaga towers scattered throughout the map, but you have to knock them down. You have to knock down the rocks to gain access to them. Speaking of Science Vessel, they're amassing. Irradiate is on the way. Now, we saw Quanta make very good use of Irradiate in his series against Spirit. I'm sure that Kiwian was watching. I'm sure he might have even been casting that series as well. But Quanta, he fought very well against Spirit. I do recommend the VODs. That was on Monty Hall, if I remember correctly. It was Monty Hall. I think it was Game 3 between Spirit and Quanta. And Spirit was having a very hard time splitting and spreading against those Irradiates, who was trading very inefficiently. The difference, of course, being, if you remember in that series, was that even though Spirit was fighting worse, he had a better economy. So Spirit, he could maintain those losses, and Quanta couldn't. Quanta became all in. God, that scared me. The center cannon. Let's go. As we have Spirit going for a dream drop. Yeah, drops into the main base, gets us off the production. And we do see that Kiwian, he's out of position. He's completely out of position. Irradiate is done. Production under fire. Irradiate coming in. Up. Does land here on the bio. Oh, and that's going to do a lot of damage. We do get a last second split, but it looks like Kiwian, he will clean this up. He shuts down the tanks, the bio, the marines, and everything else. Good. Does cost him 4 SCVs. Did cost him some of his production, add-ons, and I mean disruption in general, but he holds. Kiwian holds on at the same time, double drop on the left-hand side. Oh my god, and Kiwian out of position is being pulled apart, and this is where damage is being done. 11 SCV kills and counting. 15 even. Oh my god. 15 SCVs. And Spirit, this time he gets away. This time he picks up, he gets the hell out of there. Does pull back. And again, even though the drop in the main was a little bit more lackluster, the drop here at the third base, that's where damage was done. That's where it was dealt. Spirit's still building up, going for more drop play. Turrets are being rebuilt, and some of these medevacs are low. They were not topped up by SCVs. That is a little bit concerning. That is a tank in the most weakened medevac, so very risky move here by Spirit. Calm down, he's going to boost in. Here we go, he does boost in. The turret up, gets the tank. The tank unloads just in time. Tank does unload. Once again, production under fire. He stims in, he wants the tank, he gets it. Does get the tank. Yeah, better concave here against the bio as well. Upgrades coming into play. Boys are being pulled, and so many SCVs are falling here. This is getting out of hand. This is getting out of control. Once again, Kiwian will clean this up, but at a cost. 32 SCVs. That's crazy. 32 SCVs going down, and Spirit is not stopping. He's rallying across the map. He wants to end the game here and now. We can see 3 tanks set up at the third, but what about the natural? The natural is completely exposed. No tanks. 1 tank just popped out. And Spirit, if he can read this well, he can just bust into that natural base, or just drop into the main. What does he go for? Turrets are being rebuilt. Scan reveals a third. And Spirit, he sees just how exposed this army is. He's going for it. Ace stims in. Nice irradiate. Oh my god, the army gets completely covered. And Spirit has to pull back. Kiwian, he's holding. He's holding on. Thanks to the irradiate. But that's still only 1 tank. Still only 1 tank here to defend. Ooh, rough rally. And Spirit is looking to break through. One of the tanks has started. Another irradiate on the army. Oh my god. Gets another tank, and now there's nothing left. Only medics! Only medics left. Boys are being pulled, and it looks like Spirit has done it. He has broken the back of Kiwian. Still a couple more tanks coming out here of these factories of the production, but it's just not going to be enough. It shouldn't be enough. GG gets called, and Spirits will take the series 4-1, becoming our first finalist. GG. GG, well played. Congratulations, Spirit. He will claim the series. Again, a very intense TBT, and I do appreciate that we got to see multi-facets here of Spirit and Kiwian. We saw that in the first couple of games, Kiwian was attempting to try to break Spirit early on, going into SC2, going for proxies, going for cheese. We saw the game slow down a little bit, and we were able to embrace some longer game state as well. And even here, Kiwian, he was trying to be a little bit cheeky with the early sim timing, but we saw that the drop play of Spirit was just a little bit too much to overcome. That's kind of the big advantage here of SC2 Terran, as we did mention on the island-based map, is that, I mean, you have so much more mobility. And we saw that Kiwian had a really hard time keeping up with the drop play of Spirit. Likewise, if you recall, Spirit was also able to flex his own mech and his own Brood War play. If you remember, Spirit, he won the first 2 games with Brood War Terran, taking a more yeah, more just aggressive expanding approach. I mean, he does that every single time. Embracing Mass Vulture into Goliath into Tank, just mech'd it up with Brood War Terran to great success. But with that, GG. GG, well played. Spirit does advance on into the finals, and the question becomes, who will face off against him? Oh boy. Here we go. A shout out to Kiwian though. Again, he was able to pose a threat, and he was definitely a good contender here against Spirit. Was able to take a map. Didn't quite extend the series as much as I wanted, but did at least make a series out of it nonetheless, as we are getting ready for the upper semifinals match. We can take a break from the Terran, and now we can embrace some of the other races here in SE2. It's going to be a ZVP between Dark and Classic. Let's go. Let us go. As we look to set things up and get things going. Oh. And as we get into game one, it looks like we have SE2 Zerg and Brood War Protoss. Let's go. And spawning in the top right-hand corner of Leylines, we have the South Korean Protoss player, the Brood War Protoss, representing Twisted Minds. It is Classic. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the South Korean Zerg player, the Red Zerg, rocking SE2 Zerg. It, of Fatality Esports, it is Dark. Let's go. Let us go. So we are going to be settling in. And we can finally embrace a bit of a different matchup here. We had a lot of TVTs here to kick things off, but now we can embrace some Zerg and some Protoss. Oh. As of now, we have Classic going for the Gate Expand. Gate Expand out of Class. Oh, never mind. Sorry, Gasless. He's going for a 2-gate opener. 2-gate opener out of Classic. Now, if you were here during the group stage and during the earlier rounds, you would be aware that this is a build that Classic has been flexing. Did use it against Rumiath during the group stage, if you recall. This is a 2-gate opener, double Zealot into Dragoon follow-up. A very aggressive start here for Classic. He opts to delay his expansion in favor of the 2-gate. So a much more assertive start here from Classic. Should be going Zealot into eventual Cybercore into Dragoon, and just non-stop rallying across the map. We'll see if Dark can hold on, as Dark goes Hatch Gas Pool. Standard opener out of Dark. And there we go, the first wave of Zelts are on the way. They are on the way. I say Classic did this against Rumiath. He also did this against 3-Point as well, as Classic has been playing against a lot of Zerg players here in SEL. Zelts are rallying out. And you do see them trying to bypass that Overlord as well. Alas, Dark, he does spot the 2-gate opener, so he should be somewhat aware of what's going on. I'm curious if Dark also watched the previous quarterfinals matches. If so, then he would have an idea of the build coming his way. I mean, he also sees lack of Cybercore. Cybercore just now gets thrown down. He knows. Dark knows what's going on. Back at home, Queens are amassing. Lings are on the way. Extra Lings going for a very fast road. Oh my god, that is an insanely fast road Warren. It's going to be a short series. I should have emphasized that before. Dark and Classic, they're hyper aggressive, and this tells us that Dark, he plans on not just defending, he plans on counterattacking and turning this defense into an offense. Oh boy. We'll see if Classic can get some value here. Zealots have arrived. Again, they walk with purpose. Let's go. They're charging up their side blades, looking to dive in. Still no commitment though. They're just posturing for the time being. No major trades. Roaches are amassing. Ling speed is on the way. And again, Dark, he's not droning. He's not joining. His cutting works at 20, and I believe Dark plans are going for a Ling Ravager all in. We'll see if he cuts Roach production. If he keeps making Roaches, it's just going to be Ling Roach. Yeah, he's making more Roaches. Okay, never mind. So he's not banking gas. He's not banking gas. It's just going to be Ling Roach. You can see Classic, he races back home. I don't believe Classic saw the mineral line. He doesn't know. He does not know just how much saturation there was. Behind this, no shield batteries. Uh-oh. No shield batteries. No cannons. Robo is not. He's taking up. He's taking into a bay, into disruptors. Sorry, I should say into Reaver production. And I'm getting deja vu. We saw a very similar kind of game state here against 3 Point, where I believe 3 Point Bane busted. Here we have Dark just roach rushing. As the army's being dragged out into the open, and the roaches, they come in. There's one Ravager behind this. Roaches that have arrived, they're going for the Zealots. Lings, they collapse in, they get a surround. I mean, the Zealots, they trade well against the Lings, I should say. Oh, the Dragoon! The Dragoon is going to be safe. I'll pick up here with a shuttle. Very nicely done. Second Dragoon has arrived. But the natural being broken. The shield battery is not done. It's halfway done at this point. It's not going to finish. There's a third Dragoon. But so many probes are falling. The shield battery looks like it will complete though. Kind of. Finishes up for a moment. Gets knocked down. And it looks like Darky's going to overwhelm. There's one Dragoon left. Pylons under fire. There's 2 Dragoons in production. It looks like they might pop out in time. It's going to be close. It's going to be very close here. As Lings, they bust into the main. Reaver is out. More Dragoons have... Oh, the Miles! Oh, massive connections. Both Dragoons fall. The Reaver is out. The Reaver will help. But you can see here, Darky's pre-splitting his roaches, making sure that he does not lose one roach, or he only loses one roach at a time. Ay. Boys are being pulled. Reaver will eventually clean all this up. Oh god, the splits! Up! You can see Dark trying to anticipate the Scarab shot. And he collapses in, takes down the Reaver. GG gets called, and Dark takes game number 1. Whew. GG. GG, well played. A very aggressive opener out of Classic, but Dark, upon seeing the aggressive opener, he responded with an all-in. He's like, mate, you want to aggress upon me? Nah, mate, let's go. I'll show you how to be all-in. So Dark, he committed to an all-in. Classic, if you remember, he opened up 2 gates into Mass Zealot, into Dragoons, taking into the Reaver. But again, he was just caught with his pants down. He didn't realize that it was up against an all-in because the Zealots did not get into the mineral line. He did not get past the army. He did not check the mineral line. He did not see if Dark was droning or not. And he wasn't. He was not droning. Classic caught with his pants down. And with that, Dark takes the lead. And now we're jumping into game 2. We're going to be loading into Whispers of Gold. Let's go. That's classic Dark for you. Get it? Este Apex. Good evening, Apex. Good evening. Ay. ¿Qué tal? ¿Cómo estás? Bienvenidos. Hope you're doing well as we are settling into game 2 and spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of Whispers of Gold. We have the blue Protoss player, the SE2 Protoss, representing Twisted Minds. It is Classic. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have the Brood War Zerg player going for a 12 pull. Going for a 12 pull. It makes sense. We're loading into Whispers of Gold. Very short rush distance by ground. A very aggressive map. We have representing Talent Esports, the South Korean Zerg player. It is Dark. Let's go. we had a pretty long TBT previously. You know, we casted Spirit versus Kiwian, of course. Did go to game 5, and we had some long macro games here. Nah, papi. The gloves are off. We're sending it, papi. We're getting down and dirty here as the drone is being sent across the map. It's going to be a 12 pull alongside a proxy hatch, I would imagine. As Dark is moving out to, I would imagine, try and disrupt the wall here of Classic. Drone is coming in. And Classic, he is in position here to wall off. Second gateway. Yeah, 2 gate open out of Classic. He does wall off. But regardless, Dark, he will still go throw down that hatchery nonetheless. Probe Scout confirms the 12 pull. Classic knows. Classic knows what's going on. And again, 2 gate opener out of Classic, very safe. Very safe play here from Classic. Going 2 gate into, I would imagine, a forge, or just fully walling off. Lings are on the way. Dark, he's expanding. Okay, he's not all in. It is a 12 pull. It is a proxy hatch, but he's going to be canceling. He's going to be expanding. At least he attempts to. He's droning. He's crazy. He's droning on up. Okay. I mean, he is causing a really strong reaction here, right? 2 pylons on the low ground, second gateway, delayed cybercore, delayed expansion. He is disrupting the build of Classic, but is he poking the bear? Because similar to last game, Classic is going to have a lot to work with. Yo, is Dark just going to let this finish? He could. He could just let it complete. As Ling have arrived. Didn't quite get this around. Hatchery's almost done. Does he let it finish? And it looks like he will. The hatchery will complete. Again, just a delay. More Lings are on the way. Gateway under fire. Oh my god, the gateway's gonna get, it's getting low. Gateway goes down. Mass around on the Zealot. Oh, barely doesn't get it. Zealot does slip away. Classic is holding. But again, now that he lost a gateway, that means he cannot counterattack. Or I should say his counterattack is going to be that much weaker than it should be. Oh, the Broodlings! Up! He wants the Zealot! He wants it! Oh wait, no, there's no, never mind. My apologies. I just my brain is geared to SC2. No Broodlings, my apologies. I think he still gets the Zealot. Yeah, he still gets it. Or got the first one, I should say. Lings, they bust into the main. And behind this, we're just droning. We're just droning up. Dark, he's calming things down, saturating his bases. And Classic is stuck on one base. And again, usually he would have a second gateway here, and he could go into a double, if not quadruple, adept counterattack. But right now, he's only got one adept. He's soon to have two adepts. His production is delayed. His counterattack is delayed as well. And it's going to be that much weaker. Now, it's still moving out, and Dark has to respect it. Still two adepts and one zealot back at home. What does Dark have? Sunken colonies. Sunken colonies are on the way. Bearing in mind as well that adepts, they can shade past this. And Dark, is he going for a full wall? Oh, I believe so. Yeah, I believe a full wall up here. Adepts have arrived. Oh, no, never mind. There is a way in. There is a way in. They get past the sunken colony. They get into the middle line. Drones are going down. Classic doing well here. I think this was meant... Yeah, this was meant to be a full wall. So, unfortunate SimCity there for Dark. It's going to be 6, 7 drone kills. This is getting out of hand. This is game-ending damage. 8 drones. 9 drones going down. Can he get 10? Oh my god. Can he get 11? Can he get 12? 13? 13? 12 drones going down. Ay. This is just far too much. Dark, his economy is crippled down to 14 workers. Again, he was meant to fully wall off, but alas, the Evo chamber just not thick enough. And now Dark's in trouble. He's in trouble here. He has a lot of catching up to do. Sure, he delayed the economy, but Classic is perfectly fine at this point. He's counterattacking with now 4 adepts. Jesus. That's a lot of adepts. Dark, can he full wall off this time? I mean... There's a bit of lava here that can stop him from doing so he has to be careful. Adepts are moving out. I think he can fit a sunken colony here, or a creep colony. Yeah. There we go. That's what he wanted. Now he does fully wall off. He delays the adepts. Oh, the drones are trapped. No, the drones. Oh my god. Damage is still done. And Darky's forced to fully wall off as well. Ay. Is contained to 2 bases. Behind this, Classic just happily saturating, getting to charge. Can take a 3rd base from here, getting to charge of Archon. Classic looking good. We go. Soy muy cansado. Y tú, cuídate, papi, cuídate. Take care of yourself. Take care of yourself. Hope you enjoy the rest of your days. The remainder of the weekend. As the episode do threaten to shade into the main, Hydrogen is on the way here for Dark. Again, getting to Ling Hydra. Adepts checking for a 3rd expansion. Lings, they will get us around, but Adepts, they can shade away. Yeah, decent surround here. 1 Adept goes down. They shade into the mineral line. More drones being targeted down. Ay. Getting another 2, getting another 3 drones. 3 more drone kills. And Classic just has a booming economy. 46 workers. His 3rd base, can he hold on to it with Archons? He can, 100%. With Archons, he should be able to hold on to the 3rd. Lings that will threaten. Dark, he sees the army, backs off. Rotating around. Potentially slipping into the natural. But Classic is not hero. He's not hero, he's ready, he's in position. Fully walled off. And now we have an Archon drop follow-up. Now, there is a chance here for Dark. He is massing Hydras. If he can catch the Prism and the Archons, then we can start a comeback. It is looking bleak, though. It is a bleak game state here for Dark. But if he can catch that Prism... Hydras are amassing here at the natural. Drop into the main. Oof. Nothing in position. Drones are going down. And GG gets called. There's too much to handle, and Classic ties up the series 1-1. GG. GG, well played. Again, Dark had a cheeky start, but he was punished for it. Actually, very similar to Game 1, now that I think about it. As a reminder, if you remember, Game 1, Classic opened up 2 gates into Zealot aggression, and he was punished by an all-in out of Dark. And here we saw kind of almost the inverse of that, or the reverse of that, where Dark opened up aggressively, Classic defended, then he was able to counterattack and just wreak havoc. Classic wasn't necessarily all in with his counterattack, just adepts, just a handful of adepts, and we saw that unfortunately Dark was unable to wall off. It would have been a different game state if he was. If he was able to wall off and delay those first 2 adepts, maybe a different game. Maybe a different kind of game state there if Dark was able to wall and able to minimize losses, but alas, that was game-ending damage, and now we have a series. We have a back and forth. This can still go either way. As we're getting into Game 3, going to be loading into Troy. Let's go. Loading into Troy. From one player force wall off to another. True. Which is why this series is hard to call. Like, honestly, this could go either way. Like, I feel like these 2 players are very close in skill here. And we'll see who takes a lead in this series, as spawning in the top right-hand corner of Troy, we have the South Korean Protoss player, the Brood War Protoss, representing Twisted Minds. It is Classic. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the SE2 Zerg player, the Teal Zerg representing Talon Esports. It is Dark. A little bit more aquamarine than teal, but sure, it's fine. It's fine, it's fine. As we are settling in. As a reminder, it is loser's pick, and no surprise, Dark did opt to pick and play SE2 Zerg. So he's back to what he knows best, back to StarCraft 2. Going hatch first. Meanwhile, Classic, once again, 2 gates. Very similar to Game 1. 2-gate opener. Once again, this should lead into double Zealot harass, into Dragoon harass, into Reaver drop. This is Classic's go-to build when it comes to PvZ, when it comes to Brood War Zerg. And he is looking for his opponent. Does scout bottom right. We can see Dark scouting top left with the initial Overlord scouts. Second Overlord towards the right-hand side as well. As a reminder, we're loading into Troy. Troy is a 4-player spawn map. You can spawn in top left, top right, and bottom left as well. So both players are looking for their opponents. And because it's cross-spawn, because it's diagonal spawn, I do favor Dark here. He should be able to defend. What I will emphasize, though, because of the longer rushes by ground, if Dark wanted to counterattack with another all-in like he did in Game 1, I don't think he's going to be as successful. I don't think he's going to be as successful this time. So we may just see a longer game state instead. And Classic should be able to get into his Reaver drops if all goes well. Now, some of the other big features here of this map is that it's kind of like a pseudo-island map in a way. In a sense, we do have a triangular third base, which is an island. It's cut off here from all sides. Likewise, there are also these center expansions you can expand to, but there are these assimilators that can be knocked down. If they get knocked down, then we get permanent walls. Permanent walls are erected here, and you cannot gain access, you cannot escape without, of course, drop play or Nidus Worms. So just a really interesting feature here for Troy. Just with all these little simulators. Meanwhile, Zealots move out. Oh. And they are revealed. And we have more Zealots on the way. Again, followed by Dragoon production and Dragoon aggression. And Dark, he was unaware of what was going on, by the way. It was a late scout. Yeah, late scout by Dark. Zealots have arrived. They're chasing down the Queen. And this is going to be a much more chaotic start for Dark. Lings are amassing, more Queens are on the way. And Dark, he is going to be able to hold on. We'll take down the first Zealot in the main. But more Zealots are on the way. They're coming in to reinforce. And they get here just in time. They save the second Zealot. They're able to pull back. Able to retreat. Now we can see that it looks like we are delaying Dragoon production for a moment, going for a faster robo. And again, this should lead into a Reaver drop. As we mentioned before, Zealot aggression into Reaver production. And on top of that, these Zealots, even though they didn't really kill too much, looking at the unit source tab, it was 1 Zealot for 4 Lings. What it did do was delay droning. It delayed the saturation here of the natural, and oh my god, that is a fast lair. Jesus. Dark rushing into a fast lair, second gas on the way. Now, what could this be? This could be a couple different things. As Lings, they do chase down the Zealots, they at least try to. Oh, they flood in! Oh my god, they flood into the main base. They ignore the Zealots, they get into the mineral line, and they're wreaking havoc. There are Zealots further back in the main, though. As Lings will attempt to delay some mining. Oh, they get a probe. 1 probe goes down, but here when it comes to this build, I'm leaning towards a Link Queen Nidus all-in. I'm leaning towards Link Queen Nidus all-in. Ooh, but no, extra gases are being taken. Mutas. This looks like Spire play. This does scream Mutas, and we'll see if Dark does embrace the Spire. There it is. Spire is on the way. So again, extra gas is being taken, Spire's in production, 3rd hatchery is on the way, and I do think that Mutas are a really good way to shut down Reaver drops, very similar to how they shut down Disruptor drops in SE2. Speaking of Reaver drops, Shuttle Speed is on the way, the Beige is soon to be thrown down, not yet. Interesting. As Classic's economy has been delayed, oh wait, no, there it is. As Reaver is in production. Wait, where's... Oh, right. For some reason, I was looking right at the bay, and in my brain, that was the Robo. And I was like, where's the bay? What's going on? Where's the Reaver production? There it is. Look, it's early in the morning, Bobby. It's early. Yes, Reavers are in production here. And of course, the link does confirm. Dark is fully aware, and that's why he is going into Mutas. Again, it's all coming into each other here. It's all coming together, I should say. The Dark's intention is to shut down that drop. Things are being active. Classic building up his high Dragoon counts. He's moving out with everything, actually. It's not going to be Reaver harass, it's going to be a Reaver push. Ooh, and with all these Dragoons, it's not going to be easy to break this with the Muta. With those Mutas. 7 Mutas on the way. Lings, they try to catch reinforcements. Ooh, Overload goes down. That supply block's Dark. Brutal supply block. Dark stuff at 82. Stuck at 82 supply. Another Overlord going down. Brutal supply block here for Dark. He's in trouble. Overlords are falling. Reaver has arrived. Wasted shot here on the Ling. On another Ling as well. Gets a Queen. Queen goes down. Lings are coming from behind, but that's what the Reaver's for. Ooh, we do get some delayed shots. But Lings are going down. Mutas, they try to collapse here on the Dragoons. It looks like Dark, he will clean this up just barely. And cleans up the Dragoons, shuts down the Reaver, and Dark defends. Dark does defend. Again, I do feel like those Reaver shots were less than ideal here for Classic. Because he had shot just before the Lings came in from behind, he didn't have a shot available for the Lings. Once he had it, again, the Lings, they were spread out, and yeah, the fight was lackluster for Classic. And Dark, he fights back. The Scarab was chasing him down. I'm loving the control here, the shuttle control here, saving the probes, the micro, the drop play. Mutas, they bust into the main, probes are going down. And Dark has momentum, he has control of the map. Getting his third up and running, getting it operational. Lings flooding into the natural. Mutas pulling back. Yo, Corsair production's on the way. Until then, the Dragoons, they have a hard time keeping up. And that's going to be 13 probes going down. Oh. 13 probes. Corsair still on the way. Did I say 13? 18? 20? What a mass. 20 probes going down. Oh my god. Insane damage. Classic down to 29 probes. Back up to 31. But still, just his economy has been crippled. He's stuck on 2 bases, and Dark is taking a 4th. He's up 2 bases, taking a 4th at this point. Massing up more Lings, getting to +1 air attack. And Corsairs, sure, they are good against Mutas, kind of in a sense as how Phoenixes are good against Mutas, but with a high enough Muta count, they can still overwhelm the Corsair. And there's just not enough of them. Dark, he's up to 15. Oh! Dies on the Corsairs. At least tries to. He will collapse in. He gets one. One Corsair goes down. 4 meters have fallen so far. Came in the production, getting another Corsair. I mean, they're doing well for themselves. They're forcing back the meters. But Dark is still committing. He has no fear. He has no fear. Still commits to the mass meter. Let's go. Fun fact. This is actually the first time after casting SEL for like 3 months. This is the first time I'm seeing a Corsair. Unironically. The first time I'm seeing Corsairs. Oh, let's go. I appreciate it. As meters are coming from behind, they hit the main. Classic out of position. 8 probes go down in an instant. Ooh. Let's see Dark trying to engage. Oh my god. So I'll take a little hits though. He has to back off. At this point, I don't think I'd be opposed to going to Corrupted production, and it'd be like a similar dynamic to, I mean, Muta versus Phoenix. We'd have a couple of Corruptors as a backbone to the army to help tank. But for now, still committing to just mass Muta. I mean, I guess technically Dark can do whatever he wants, right? I mean, he's got 5 bases, I should say, compared to the 2 base economy here of Classic. I mean, even under 2 bases because of all the Z workers. So technically, Dark, he can be inefficient. Can get away with being inefficient here. Oh my god. Dark, he does commit in. Taking forward. Corsairs doing well for themselves though. Pretty good trades. Oh, one Corsair goes down. But Classic, he is holding his own. Oh my god, getting so much value here, taking out so many mutas. Jesus. At what point does Dark start making pure muta? That's the real question. At what point does he take into like Ultras and Hive Tech, or into like Corruptor? Does that happen at all? I mean, again, he's like Dark is max, so I guess it's still fine. It's still okay. It's okay. As Classic moves out, Dark anyway first round. Yeah, this time with the Lings. He collapses on the army, comes in from behind, gets a full surround, and yeah, he will clean up these Corsairs. They were traded well defensively, but they get completely cleaned up. And Dark will take a lead in the series. GG gets called. Dark will take game number 3. GG. Oh my god. GG, well played. Dark will take a lead. Again, once again, a very chaotic game stage, but this time Dark was able to read his opponent quite well. As a reminder, this is a build that Classic has done throughout the course of the tournament. Whether it's, I mean, now here in the semifinals, in the quarterfinals against 3 Point, and in the group stage against Rumiath as well. Classic opening up 2-gate Zealot into Dragoon, into Reaver drop. I mean, he's quite fond of it. Quite fond of it whenever he plays Brood War. And we saw that even though Dark didn't scout what the follow-up was, he blindly went 2-base Muta. He blindly went 2-base Muta because he just assumed that it's going to be the same build again, isn't it? And it was. It was the same build. Was that Reaver drop. So Classic being a little bit predictable here when it comes to his builds. And Dark shutting him down quite well. Does shut him down. GG, well played. With that, Dark takes the lead, but it's merely still a best of 7. We can, of course, embrace a longer game state here. We can have a longer series. I'm hoping for a back and forth as we are going to be loading into game number 4, loading into Monty Hall. Let's go. Let us go. If Classic slaps plus on air on those things and teched up to Templar, he'd be like, oh, oh, let's go. Unfortunately, no Storm. Unfortunately, no Tech either. It was unfortunate. I mean, you could also argue that potentially Classic didn't really have the economy for that. As a reminder, Classic, he was really struggling economically. He lost so many probes. So many workers had gone down. So it was a rough game state there for the Protoss. But now we're getting into game number 4. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of Monty Hall, we have the South Korean Protoss player, the Blue Protoss, representing Twisted Minds. It is Classic. rocking SC2 Protoss, and spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the South Korean Zerg player, the Brood War Zerg. But for Talon Esports, it is Dark. Here we go. Monty Hall is still one of my favorite maps to cast. Players do hate it, and they often veto it, but in a best of 7, no vetoes. No vetoes are available. We are forced to embrace some of these more unorthodox maps. You can see Classic in mines through the northern attack path. We'll take the northern expansion here on the right-hand side. We'll expand on the right. Meanwhile, Dark expands on the left. As a reminder here, our players are fully walled in with these mineral patches, and they have to pick and choose the direction that they do expand in. They have 3 options: the center, the north, and the south. Do have options. Dark actually double expanding, going for his, oh my, he's going gasless. Okay, I mean, we've seen Dark go gasless many a time in SE2, but here in Brood War, this I'm less familiar with, so I'm curious. I'm excited. Gasless opener out of Dark. It's going to be hatch. Oh, no shot! He's crazy! Dark! He's going quadruple. He's crazy! Hatch before pool! It's hatch, gas into pool. This is the greediest build you can ever go for. This is insane. I've never seen this before. Oh my god. Dark cutting every single corner you can, and he could be punished quite hard, very, very hard actually, but Classic going just gate expand. It's Cybercore, depth-based opener, and we'll see what Classic can do here. We'll see if he can try to punish this, because this is crazy. Oh my god. Yo, we heard you like greedy openers, Papi. I was expecting like gases, like this, like hatch into pool, but no, Dark, he does one better than that. All the bases, all the expansions, late link production, of course, late link speed, late gases, and Classic is producing some adepts. He will be able to move out across the map, but again, it's only the one adept. Adept into Stalker with a Stargate opener. Now, there is potential. There is potential for Classic. He can, of course, harass with adepts. He can harass with oracles. It's going to be on Dark to keep up. Bearing in mind, Dark does not have queens, so he will need some spore crawlers to defend, and lings and site defense. Is going to be heavily reliant here on site defense, as the first adept does shade across. But true, I mean, I believe the adept cannot get through, right? Yeah, the adept cannot get past the mineral wall. Exactly, it's genius. He can't get in. Oh my god. Now, just to reiterate what's going on here, the way that this map is constructed, when you mine through the gold mineral patch, only workers or only very small units can actually squeeze through. Units like Marines, Lings, and Adepts cannot. So Classic cannot harass. He cannot do anything here. Like, once Dark realizes where the Adept is, I mean, he just saturate the other bases. This base is only for Overlords. He's making Overlords. I mean, there's a drone that's exposed, true, but he's getting a macro hatch instead. So Dark, he's, of course, knowingly just not making workers here. Just preserving his mineral line, and he's rushing into Hydra instead. He's skipping Ling speed right into Hydra tech. Oh, but the Oracle has arrived. The Hydras, they pop out. Hydras, they pop out just in time. 2 workers go down. Doesn't even have to waste resources here making those spore colonies. Darky defends. As I say that, though, that's going to be a 3rd drone falling. Barely a 3rd, a 4th drone as well. 4 drones, not bad. That's an okay amount of damage, but I'm sure Classic was hoping for a little bit more. Especially because Dark is skipping spore crawls. But here comes the second Oracle. Oh. Gets 1 more drone. Yeah, Dark out of position. So this build makes sense here for Dark. It makes sense when it comes to his execution, but alas, when it comes to his build choice. But the execution is lacking a little bit here, as he needs his Hydras in position to get away without spores. He needs those Hydras. Ooh, okay, as Dark, he does survive. He does hold. In the end, he did lose 5 workers for 1 adept. It was pretty good, and a Hydra as well. So pretty good damage here with the Oracles so far, as they are still alive. As we said, Lindsay's a massive shout to Express Karma. Sorry, I'm just a little bit flabbergasted by the build. It's just, it's crazy. But Papi God, thank you so much, Express Karma, for the raid. Hope you had a great stream. Hope you had a great ladder session. Thank you. Thank you so much for the raid. Hope you had a good time, and welcome one and all to the semi-finals of the StarCraft Evolution League of SEL of the Fall Championship. Oracles, they dive into the natural. They do focus on one of the Hydras. They get 2, they get 3, they get all 3. Hydras, they do fall. And these other Hydras, they cannot reinforce. They're locked off. They're blocked off here. And you can see Dark, his build choice working against him. He cannot save the space. He has to mine through. Oh, he has to mine through these minerals. As again, I love this build from Dark, and clearly it's thought out. Clearly there's a lot of potential here, but I mean, unfortunately, he is getting caught out. He is being pulled apart. Classic is fighting back. As you do have to either prioritize mining through these mineral patches to rotate between the bases, or make sure you have a nice spread of Hydras ahead of time to defend against, you know, these additional oracles. So there's a lot that goes into this, and it can be optimized, I feel. This build can be optimized. But I love what we're seeing. Meanwhile, behind this, we do have our take of choice from Classic going into Charge Lots and Storm. Storm is halfway done. Charge almost done as well. So a Charge Lot Archon Storm composition from the Protoss. Against Mass Hydra, it makes sense. There's no link speed. It's purely Hydra at this point. Is there even a lair? No. It's hashtag. It's a hashtag push here from Dark. No lair, no lurkers. Purely Hydra. Storm isn't done yet, but it's about to be. Oh, and Storm can annihilate this. I mean, these are not light units, true. But regardless, Storm is still going to be an effective asset here to Classic. Does commit in. Storm's being thrown down. Dark has to pull back. Oh, but that Concave, there are so many Hydras. Yeah, the Storms are good, but the spread is even better. The Storms, they barely collapse, or they barely touch these Hydras. And that was the final Storm. The final Storm goes up. The Hydras are stutter stepping forward. And Dark, has he done it? It looks like he has. He's broken the third. Next, it's going to be going down, and you can just keep pushing. Now, Classic has a little bit of time here to gather up more energy for another Storm. True. But the third base will fall. And Dark, still no lair. Oh. As Oracles are getting caught out. Very nice movement here by Dark. He shuts out every single Oracle. And Dark, he backs off. And again, Dark, he doesn't have to break the natural. He can just contain. He can just back off, rotate, and just deny the third base. Deny the third over and over again. That is Dark's win condition. Now we get the lair on the way, and now Dark can tech into lurkers. He can tech into lurker tech. +1, link speed. Classic still has a comparable army. Bear that in mind. Classic, he might be behind in economy, but Classic has a massive army, and he did save most of his High Templar. Sorry, he saved all of his High Templar. So his main army is still terrifying. And that's going to be a lot of Storms. Classic's moving out. Takes down the Overlord. Back at home, Dark. Lurkers are available. No lurker techie. Sorry, no lurkers morphed in yet. Sunken Colony's on the way. Quickly checking the. Oh, my apologies. There we go. I thought lurker tech was already researched. It is now being researched though. Classic doesn't push. Okay, he's not pushing. He's defending his third, which means he's giving Dark time to get into his own lurker attack. Dark, he's being given time. Setting up more sunken colonies. Dark, he's expecting a push. Does come across the army. He wants High Templar. Oh! Oh my god, takes Storm to the face. He gets one. He gets one. He barely does not get the second High Templar. That was not worth of a Dark. That was a bold dive. Wasn't worth it in the end. Classic pushing in. Breaks through the first line of Hydras. Lurkers are not ready. Oh my god, Lurkers are just not ready. Storm's gonna be brutal. Oh, High Templar gets started down. There's 3 High Templar left. 3 Storms. There's at least 3 Storms. First one on the left. Ooh, gets a lot of value. There's a second. There's a third. He needs a little bit more. And he has 2 more. He has 2 more Storms. Lurkers are morphing in. He's soon to have a third Storm. Classic, he does deny mining time. Does deny mining, but the Lurkers, they have arrived. Oh, and Lurkers, they borrow. The hatchery is going to be targeted down. Massive Storm. Hatchery goes down, and Classic, he backs off. Get the hell out of here. There's no need to push into these Lurkers. Dark holds. Dark holds on. Queen Nest on the way is taking into Hive. Well, Classic reestablishing his third. Still trying to catch up. See, once again, he's poking in. He shouldn't commit, though. Stark's just getting another wall of sack defense, just in case. Being that much more secure. And from here, Dark, he can work towards Hive Tech, towards Defilers. Curious what direction he does go in. Or just Queens. Queens for Ensnare. True. Or even Parasite. As Dark, he's going for a counter sack, and I believe he's about to research Dropper Lords. He's going for Dropper Lord Harass. Eventual sack's finishing up. Classic is pulling back home. He's rotating over, trying to save his would-be fourth. Alas, it's going to be denied. Dark looking for another way in. The Dropper Lords are ready. Classic trying to take over to Sky Toss. I mean, he's on the way, but I'm concerned here about the main. The main is looking very exposed. There is going to be a recall available soon. Just needs a little bit more NG on the Nexus. If Classic needs it. Okay, does have the recall. I mean, Classic, he's more or less in position. Setting up towards the north. Lurker counterattacks on the way. Hydras get caught out. Very nice force field. Locking down the Hydras. Hive is almost done. And Dark backs up. Whew. Dark does back off. Tempest production underway. Let's go. Getting into Skytels, getting into Tempest. Double Ribbon Immortal production to support this. Very similar to how you would deal with SE2 Hydra Lurker Viper. Just Storm, Archon, Immortal, Tempest. So a composition that Classic is used to using, I'm sure. Very much so. And we'll see if Dark can break through. As this army from Dark will eventually be outscaled. Tempest is revealed. Now he knows. There it is. Spire's on the way. Spire is on the way. Dark has to get ready here for Skyzerg. For Devourers. Guardians. Going for a massive Doom drop into the main. Army's out of position, but again, there's that recall. At least there should be. Yeah, there is one. Army dives in. We have a secondary army here towards the north, trying to distract Classic. Do you have that warp in? Dark, he pulls away, focusing on the main fight. Ooh, Storm's going to be connecting. Yeah, massive Storms on the Hydras. Lurkers are going down. But Dark, he commits into the main. Okay, he lost a little Lurkers in the process, but he does get on top of the production. Storm's being forced out. High Templar going down. Can he get on top of the Stargates? And two fights at the same time. Some of the tech is falling. Gets a Twilight Council. But there might not be enough here. Dark at the same time trying to push forward, but Zealots, they come in to reinforce, and Classic, he holds. He holds onto the third base. But what about the main? +3? No! Yeah, +3 is denied. Massive pickup. Mineral Line as well. 20 probe kills. And he's going for the Templar Archives. Denying more High Templar. Army responds. And Templar Archives should go down. The main base as well, actually. Oh god. There we go. Main base falls. Templar Archives doesn't quite get the Stargates. He's going to be cleaned up. And behind this, Dark, he is getting into Hydra production. And oh, I forgot. Scourge. Of course. How could I? It's not going to be muted. It's not going to be kind of any kind of Devourer tech. No. Scourge, baby. Let's go. The Scourge have arrived. That's going to be the answer here to the Tempest. Tempest, they spot them, but they can't escape. Yeah, there's no escaping. They get one, they get two, they get three, four Tempests go down. Oh my god. Most of the Tempests fall. And GG gets called. Dark, he will take a 3-1 lead. GG. Oh my god. Mate, the Scourge, papi. No fear. GG, well played. I mean, yeah, that'll do it. That is an answer to the Skytoss army, especially if there's no support for the Tempest. Likewise, I mean, again, Tempests are very slow. They're very immobile. Once they get caught out like that, they will go down in an instant. GG. GG, well played. Oh. As we are getting into potentially the final game of the series, Dark, he is one game away from claiming the entire series. Classic has to fight back here and now to try to bring things back here and try and force that, or force the series out of this and keep things going. The pressure is on. The pressure is on Classic. Whew. Here we go. That outcome should be mostly expected with relatively unpunished 4 hatch before pool. Yeah, yo, if you missed out on the opener, if you missed out on the early game, then you did not see the craziness that Dark embraced going 4 hatch before pool. It was 4 hatch, gas, and then pool. Bear that in mind. It was gas before pool as well. It was crazy. It was insane, the greed that Dark got away with. But again, you could only get away with it, I feel like, on this map. Remember, you know, as we saw, the Depth Harass could not get anything done because of the mineral wall. Like, it was so well thought out and so specialized for Monty Hall. Like, you shouldn't really see that on another map outside of maybe an island map, like Paradox or Neo Isles of Siren. So GG, well played. Here we go. We're getting into game number 5. Let's go. I was ready to say, yeah, for sure. I mean, it was just a really unique game. Really unique game state there between our two players. And here we go. We're getting into game 5, and I'm hoping for a back and forth. I'm hoping for an extended series, but the pressure is on the Protoss. The SC2 Protoss. As spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have for Twisted Minds, it is Classic. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have the red Zerg player, the brutal Zerg, representing Talent Esports, one game away from advancing on to the grand finals. It is Dark. Will Blizzard ever release a new StarCraft? Yeah, I mean, as Avik says, I mean, probably. I would imagine so. I do think that there's definitely good things to come with the acquisition of Microsoft, of Blizzard, like Microsoft acquiring Blizzard. Obviously, it's taken some time, I should say, for Microsoft to go over all of the assets and the IPs that they've acquired and go over the business of Activision Blizzard itself. But I feel like you're kind of like seeing like the outcome of that, which I think is probably a positive thing as of late, referring to like the Game Pass, referring to the remastering of Warcraft 1 and Warcraft 2, referring to the patch that Warcraft 3 just got, and referring to the balance update that Heroes of the Storm got as well. So some of these otherwise neglected IPs that Blizzard has had for a long time are now getting love again, specifically referring to Warcraft 3 Reforged and referring to Heroes of the Storm as well, and even a little bit of StarCraft 2. So these, I think, are all positive things. We spoke about it a little bit more in depth on our podcast. If you're interested, we do have a podcast on a weekly basis going over StarCraft related stuff, and we did kind of discuss more about all of that. But yeah, I think it's a positive thing overall. But regardless, we are now embracing our next game state. We're now embracing potentially the final game of the series. For now, it is going to be Hatch Gas Pool. So far, standard opener here by Dark, getting to his macro hatch, settling into his own opener. Again, welcome to Sylphid. It is a 3-player spawn map. Classic, he does scout across the map, does confirm the spawn location of Dark. Back at home, just settling into his own standard opener. Despite how crazy, despite how chaotic and how intense a lot of these, most of these games have been, we're calming things down here in Game 5. I think this might be the most standard game we've seen. I mean, we still have quite a bit of greed here from Dark, going for another macro hatchery, second macro hatch in the main. But outside of that, we can calm things down. Stargate opener here out of Classic. He can go into Oracle Harass, into a third. So we can settle it. I think that was reported on media. Yes, there is... as is being stated in the chat, it is... I don't think a rumor is the correct word, just because it feels like we have confirmation that an FPS, or at least a shooter related to SC2 is being worked on. Whether it's an FPS or a third-person shooter, I don't really know. Is being worked on. That is confirmed. Now, I mean, despite that, is there a chance that it gets cancelled? I mean, sure. Like, if you remember, Overwatch was originally like Project Titan, right? Like, Overwatch was originally a different game, and then it got cancelled, and then it got turned into Overwatch. So, like, I mean, you know, there's obviously other things can occur to, like, impact the development of a game. And just because it's being worked upon, I wouldn't expect anything concrete for another couple of years. Like, another, like, 2 years, I would imagine. That would make sense in my mind. But for the time being, we do have adepts that they do threaten the natural. They're going to be knocking down that creep colony. Hydras are popping out, and it looks like they will pop out just in time. And Dark, he will defend. Once again, Dark skipping link speed, rushing into Hydra production. The wall gets knocked down, but the Hydras are here. Oh, just 2 though. Only 2 Hydras, 1 Hydra goes down. And Classic does snowball out of control. He gets both Hydras. Both Hydras go down. A couple of workers. The rest of the reinforcements have arrived. A very clutch hold here from Dark. He does bleed out and is denied a lot of mining time. But he should defend. Not the cleanest of holds here for Dark, but a hold nonetheless. As what did Dark lose? He lost a sunken colony, he lost 3 Hydras, 2 Lings, and a drone. And again, a reason for this is because he did opt to skip sunken colonies, he skipped Ling speed, and he rushed right into Hydra tech instead. So, tech-wise, really greedy here from Dark, and because of that, Classic did punish. At least somewhat. You can see here the value, right? So Classic did punish, but Dark still survives. And is going to be able to stabilize. Ideally can stabilize from here. Hydra speed is on the way. The lack of third base is concerning to me. This may just be a 2-base all-in from Dark. He is getting an Evo chamber. This is a sign that he's looking to get further into a longer game state with upgrades. And he's droning. Okay. Dark is droning up. Saturating his bases. Meanwhile, Classic getting his own third. I do think I actually favor Classic's position here just because Dark is on a low drone count and a low base count. Again, the reason why he's on low drones and low bases is because he's massed up so many Hydras. And this is why this feels like a 2-base all-in. Like, there's just so many Hydras here. But alas, ideally we'd want to wait for these upgrades. Ooh, Dark is supply blocked. Aye. Brutal supply block here for Dark. 4 Overlords on the way. Behind this, Classic getting his third base, taking up into Colossus production, into Disruptors. Bays on the way as well for that Robotech. And Dark, he is breaking out. We can see here Dark finally taking a third. Now he's joining up. And again, the third base, the workers, this does feel like maybe Dark is going for a bit of a longer game state. Is somewhat moving out just for map control. He's keeping most of his army pinned back at home. Once again, Dark did choose to skip out on spores, so no spore colonies. He has to rely on purely Hydra to defend. Does move out with a small Hydra force, but the third base is under fire. Aye. Is under fire. And can Classic force a cancel? It's gonna be close. He can. Up. Oh my god, does force a cancel. Massive pick off here. Very nicely done by Classic. Gets away with both oracles. Dark with the intercept. Up. With a surround. Doesn't quite get it. And Groosewine's 10 seconds away. Classic doesn't get out. And back at home, he's not going into Colossus, he's going into Disruptors for now. So Disruptor first, a bold move. This is quite risky here from Classic. As you can imagine, Disruptors are a little bit less reliable than Colossus. They have to rely on their Novas. And rely on their opponents not being able to avoid or dodge those Novas as well. So there is a give and take. Classic does move out. Likewise, Dark still amassing, trying to get his third base. Again, this third is so delayed for Dark. Oh my god. So heavily delayed. He's getting there, taking into lurkers. Nice force field, catches out most of the Lings. Classic does shut the Lings down. Moving out. Dark likewise pushing on the right hand side. We are caught out in the open. Classic, he's getting caught out. He has to get the hell out of here. Does not want to fight out in the open. Does not want to get surrounded. As Hydras, they do collapse in. Nova's going to be going up. Oh, Darky does pull away. The Novas, they don't connect. Disruptors go down, and Classy gets caught with his pants down. This is not where he wanted to be. Good force fields. They slow down the Hydras. That's a massive wave of Hydras on the way. And Classic has to get the hell out of here. Does have 2 more Disruptors. Flanking Novas. Up. The Novas. They go off. Oh, massive connections. The Novas do connect, and Classic, he can hold on. Chases down the Stalkers. Sorry, chases down the Hydras with the Stalkers. Yeah, and Dark has to get out of here. He cannot fight this head on. Not like this. As Disruptors, they're getting ready here for another Nova. Dark pulling back. Classic, oh, bold blink. Oh my god, that was a little bit adventurous. Calm down. Classic trying to chase Dark down. Does back up. Lurker tech, I believe, is now researched. Lurkers can now be morphed in. And Classic now securing his 4th. And again, this entire game, Dark has been behind in economy. He's on 55 drones compared to the 75 here of Classic. Ay, ay, ay. So Dark having a very hard time keeping up. Just because of his initial build, his build of choice, his opener, has been behind. Does split up his forces. Classic's out of position. His main army is on the left-hand side. And Dark going for a Doom Drop. Let's go. Doom Drop into the main. Lurker's borrowing in. And Classic does have a recall. As the drop does unload. Likewise, we do see Dark hitting the 3rd. Sorry, hitting the 4th. And going for the natural. Tripod attack. Recall does complete. Nova going up. A little bit lackluster. 4th base is going down. And Dark is being pulled. Sorry, Classic is being pulled apart. Does defend his main, but there's just nothing here to defend the 4th. Nothing's in position. Classic does try to respond. Does try to keep up. Dark pulls away. Lurker harass here at the 3rd. Oh my god. Jump into the main. Lurker harass at the 3rd base. Main army knocks down the 4th. He's everywhere. 25 probe kills. 25 workers go down. But what I will say is that the main army for Classic, that's what looks terrifying. The main army here with how many Disruptors? 7. 7 Disruptors. 7 Purification Novas. I do favor Classic in a head-on fight. But that's only if he can fight head-on. Stark, he's still rallying across the map. Getting ready for another drop. Rotating over towards the left-hand side. Classic, he somewhat spots this, has a revelation on these lings. Yeah, does spot the army. Spot the army. Are maintaining himself. Forcing Dark back. You know, all Lurkers have arrived. Novas go up. No major connections. But last, there's still 5 more Novas behind this. 5 more Disruptors. As at the same time, Darky comes in from behind. Once again, Classic not quite ready for this. Does have Zelts though. He's holding. So far, he's holding on. Nice split here from the Hydras. Avoiding those Novas. And Darky's pushing into the natural. Still 70 more Novas behind this though. Again, I still wouldn't be opposed to like 2 Colossus, to be honest. like just give me 2 Colossus with this. And Classic, he can A move. Now just trying to keep up. Gets a Lurker. You see Dark once again getting ready for that drop into the main. There is an army ready for him though. There are Archons and Stalkers. Yeah, Classic is all over this. I mean, he's almost maxed out. As he chases down more of these Hydras. Lurkers somewhat in position. Novas go up. They chase him down. Oof. Darky tries to dive in, but last the army does respond. 2 Overlords go down. And Darky's in trouble. He's hurting. He's been hurting the entire game, to be honest. He's been borderline all in. the entire game. And he just cannot keep up. He's been harassing quite well. Dropping back in. But Classic's ready. Does force it back. Lurkers, they harass the third. Dark rotating over. He can actually just go for the third. And he will. And Classic having a hard time keeping up with the rotations. Drops at the natural. Forcing a recall. Now it's going up. Oh my, they shut down the Lurkers. Classic is holding on. Nova's a little bit lackluster this time. No major connections. And not a bad trade here for Dark. He gets on top of the Stalkers. Army comes in from behind. And Classic coming for the surround. It's going to be a one-way trip. Dark going for the mineral line. Get some probes. Does get some workers. Some probes aren't going down. And GG gets called. The writing was on the wall. Dark just harassing as best he can, but Classic fights back and puts a point on the board. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Again, Dark, he was all in. Like the entire game, essentially, he was just having a hard time keeping up economically, I should say. And there were some good moments, don't get me wrong. Remember, the moment when Dark, he was hitting 3 bases at once. The third, the fourth, and the main. It was quite impressive, the damage that Dark was dealing, but he was never able to reset the disruptor count. He was doing damage to the economy, but not the main army, and eventually he was overwhelmed. Eventually he was outscaled. GG. GG, well played. We are going to Game 6. Oh boy. And with Classic taking that game, that does mean that it's going to be Dark's race of choice. Does he go for SE2 or Brood War? I feel like we know the answer to that as we are loading into Citadel, and our next game is going to be with Dark as SE2 and Classic as Brood War. Oh boy. Let's go. Brood War Hydras are not light? Yes, as we have mentioned many a time, Brood War Hydras are not light units. Do you remember that? The reason why they're not light units, I mean, a big reason for that is because Brood War Zerg don't have roaches. So the Brood War Hydra is kind of like a midpoint between the Roach and the Hydra of SC2, just because you do need a more well-rounded unit there. That is why the Brood War Hydra doesn't really have the light tag, or is one supply as well. Is something that is more massable, if you will. Just because there's kind of less army compositions you can go for. But here we go. We are getting into our next game, into game number 6, and spawning in the bottom left-hand corner. There we go. In the bottom left-hand corner of Citadel, we have the blue Protoss player, the Brood War Protoss, representing Twisted Minds. Fighting back. We'll see if he can force the ace match. It is Classic. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the teal Zerg player, the SE2 Zerg representing Talon Esports. It is Dark. We go. Oh my god. We're cannon rushing. Let's go. The force has in place, and Classic is going for the cannon rush. The cannons are being thrown down. Dark, he pulls the boys. At least some of them. He's trying to get on top of that cannon. It looks like he will. The cannon is under fire. The cannon is going to be denied. This is a rough start here for Classic. The cannon is cancelled. They do get on top of the other though. That is going to be 3 cannons on the way. The rest of the boys have arrived. They get a surround. And it looks like these cannons, they should be denied at this point. The probes are under fire. 1 probe falls. 2nd probe as well. And is this how the series ends? With a failed cannon rush, as the cannons, they're not going to finish. They're not going to finish in time. They are denied. Dark holds. He cleans up both of the probes, and Dark, he's in a beautiful position here. Oh boy. I not like this, Pappy. Not like this. I'm sure that maybe Classic was hoping for like a greedier build or a greedier opener. And that is a rough start here. That was a kill on one of the cannons as well. And Dark from here can just happily drone up. He can just happily drone up, settle in. Just really rough positioning here for the cannon rush. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to save the first cannon. He wasn't able to fully wall off. Again, quick response by Dark. And this is going to be a rough game here for Classic. Not impossible, but it's going to be a rough one. Now, usually, if we were casting SE2, this should lead into Skytoss, right? Into a Stargate, Void Ray, into like Tempest or Carrier. Here for Brood War Protoss, it's not as seamless of a transition, so I do feel like the follow-up here of the cannon rush is a little bit more brutal. Oh, no shot. No shot. Lings have arrived. The cannon's not going to finish. No shot. The cannon's going to go down. It's going to be close. Can he save it? He will. He will save the cannon. The cannon is saved, but Lings, they can just deny mining at the natural. They dive into the main. Free scout here for Dark. He can wreak havoc. He shouldn't kill any probes that he can deny mining time. He can deny mining time. Being a nuisance in the main, Zealot has arrived. Roach Warren's on the way. There's that Stargate for Classic. But yeah, I'm curious how this Stargate follow-up really works here. Like he has access to what? He has access to the Scout and to the Corsair, right? Which just isn't as safe as a Void Ray, unfortunately. Like, comparing the two, like, after a cannon rush. Like, sure, Scout does technically shoot down, but against, like, a Roach Lin, like, it's not going to help much at all. Unless I'm missing something. And here come the Roaches. Roaches are on the way. Roach Ravager, I should emphasize. The probe does confirm. And we'll see if Classic can make some magic happen. There we go. Wall of Cannons on the way. And yeah, there is a Scout. I mean, what else can he make? I mean, the Scout can kill the Overlord and can nibble away at the Roaches and Ravagers, but again, when it comes to its anti-ground attack, it just pales in comparison to the Void Ray. As Dark, he's building up and he's getting ready to knock down that front door. He's flooding Lings behind this to reinforce. Oh, Pog the Scout. Let's go, True. It's gonna help a little bit. Let's go. Eventually, it'll kill a Ravager. Eventually. It's doing what it can. It'll get there. Oh, he's gonna get one. Up, 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 up. And then he gets one. Let's go. Gets a Ravager. Not bad. Can he get two? Can he get two? Yeah, he can. He'll get there. He'll get. Let's go. Get two. I mean, hey, we're pretty well set up here. I mean, we have a wall of cannons and shield batteries. I mean, this is looking very heavily fortified here. You know, looking away from the scouts and looking towards the defensive setup here. Corsair's on the way. Let's go. And Dark is main busting. Now, is there a chance? Is there a chance that Dark commits to this all in and that it fails and that Classic recovers? There is a chance. True. Banelings are coming. But there is a chance here that maybe Classic can hold on. Scouts, they're going for the final Ravager. Let's go. They are going for the Ravager. They can focus it down, but here comes the main bust. They're waddling in. They're waddling into the wall. And they're going for the sack defense. First pylon goes down. Busts into two of these cannons. Goes for another cannon as well. Goes for the shield battery. Ooh, massive connections. And there's two cannons left. Two shield batteries remaining. Can we hold on? Oh, there's only two Roaches. Ah, it's close. It's so close. The scouts are doing what they can. There's one cannon left. Lings are flooding in. Boys are being pulled. The final Roach gets targeted, but the cannon falls. The cannon does fall, and the natural has been broken. And the Lings can wreak havoc. At this point, the Lings can wreak havoc. They kill every worker here at the natural, and Dark, he's not stopping. He's just flooding. He's just flooding in across the map. Cybercore is going to go down, denying any kind of Dragoon reinforcements. I mean, there's no gateway. There's no production. There's only scouts. Only scouts to defend. As Banelings morph in, and Dark, he is looking to claim this series. Again, it was not the way that we wanted the series to end with a cannon rush, but hey, I mean, you know, Classic, he almost held, and hey, he's amassing scouts. He can maybe deny one Baneling. Up. Can he deny the Baneling? Can he? No, never mind. Yeah, the scouts are helping. They do help. Smurge. Dark is laughing. I don't know what the translation is. Oh, there we go. I think Classic, he's calling the scout a trash unit. It makes sense. GG gets called, and Dark, he will take the series 4-2. GG. Oh my god. GG. Congratulations here to Dark as he does advance on to the grand finals. Shout out to Classic for making a series out of this. And hey, we got to see the scout today. I mean, we've seen the scout before. Unironically, like we've seen the scouts in PvZ. We've seen the scout in PvZ going for a scout opener just to hunt down overlords, just for overlord hunting. That's it. We have seen that in the group stage. True. We have seen that. But clearly, as we've seen, and as Classic is, you know, and is expressing as well, defensively, as a defensive unit, scouts leave much to be desired. Their anti-ground attack, I don't know the stats. I think we got told in the chat earlier, is the scout attack stronger or weaker than the sentry attack? I know that the High Templar attack, the High Templar auto attack and the Arbiter auto attack, that is weaker than the scout ground attack. What about the sentry though? What does more damage? That I'm curious by. I'm curious. Does a sentry out DPS a scout? Oh no. But it's all good. Here we go. As with that, GG, well played. We are going to be settling in, and with that we have our two finalists. It's going to be a best of 7 grand finals between our Zerg and our Terran. One momento here as we set things up and we head on over to the bracket. Here we go. Let's switch our scenes over. And it has been an intense day of StarCraft already. Here we go. We have Dark. Dark takes down Classic 4-2. Does advance on to the grand finals. Meanwhile, here in the lower half of the bracket, we did start with the TVT, and Spirit took down Kiwian 4-1. And now we have our two finalists, Dark versus Spirit. Oh boy. And we'll see if we can go the distance here. It's going to be a best of 7. Now, personally, I was wishing it was a best of 9, just because it went 5-7-7 instead of 5-7-9. Regardless, best of 7 here between Dark and Spirit, and we'll see how this series does unfold. Coming into this, I do favor Dark. I do favor Dark in the finals, but I'm excited to see Spirit flex some of his Brood War Terran. Definitely. I'm excited to see some mid to late game TVZ. It is a matchup that we have been avoiding this entire tournament, or I should say the entire playoff bracket. We did have it in the group stage. True, we had plenty of ZVT in the group stage, but we have been avoiding it here as all the Terrans, they knocked each other out. All the Zergs were knocking each other out with Classic as well. We have yet to embrace Zerg versus Terran, but we finally do get it here in the finals. Thankfully, do get it in the finals. Let's go. Oh my god. Sorry. I'm catching up in the chat. A sentry does 0.6 more DPS. No, sorry, 1 more DPS. So one more DPS here than a scout, and has 1 more range. Sentry greater than a scout confirmed. Oh my god. As you mentioned, the scout has a little bit of different value in the sense that it can hunt down overlords, right? I think we mentioned it before. I guess the Corsair could do the same, but the scout, you know, it can run around and hunt like overlords, going for a single scout opener. We have seen that before. Yeah, confirmed. Sentry can do better than the scout. Aye. The scout shaming. No, it's fine. We love the scout. Copian. But with that, we are going to be going on a short break. We do need some time to set things up here for the finals. So take this moment to get some snacks, get some food, get some water, drain your disruptors, tuck in your Tempest, cuddle all of your carriers, and we'll be back soon with the best of 7. See you soon. Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. I hope you enjoyed that lovely brutal OSC as we have returned with the grand finals of the StarCraft Evolution League 4 Championship 2024. The finals, of course, are upon us. It's been a very, very intense couple of weeks here of SEL, going through the qualifiers, into the group stage, into the playoffs, and now into the grand finals. And two very unlikely players have made it here. I remember coming into this, I was rating Shin quite highly. I was looking forward. I was rating Shin quite highly here in this mod, but Shin went down early on in the playoffs to this player here, to Dark, in that ZVZ. That was a crazy ZVZ, and I do actually still stand by Shin being maybe a little bit stronger in some of these other matchups, but Dark was able to flex his Zerg versus Zerg, was able to bring Shin down. Likewise, Spirit, he popped off in the PvP portion of the bracket. Quarterfinals and semifinals, purely TVT for Spirit, and Spirit clearly shows his prowess in the Terran versus Terran matchup. But what about the Terran versus Zerg? This is a matchup that we have not seen from these two players the entire playoffs. Both players have avoided other respective Zerg or Terran players. And now we're facing off. Now we are facing off here in a best of 9 grand finals. To reiterate how the seeding, or how the map or race picking works here, the higher seed does pick with their preferred race of choice. Coming into this, Dark is going to be picking SE2 Zerg in game 1. Spirit is going to be Brutal Terran, and from there, losers pick. Loser will pick which race they are going to commit to in the following game. So that is how the format does work, and here we go. We're jumping on into game 1. We're going to be loading into Whispers of Gold. Let's go. No, let us go. And again, I'm pretty excited here to see this matchup just because it's ZV. Who is not excited for a ZVT? For a Zerg versus Terran. Let's go. As spawning in the top left-hand corner of Whispers of Gold, we have the Polish Brood War Terran player. It is Spirit. Let's go. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the South Korean Zerg player, the SE2 Red Zerg. It is Dark Fatality Esports. We go. Alright, settling in again. Welcome one and all to StarCraft Evolution. This is a mod that brings together Brood War and SC2, and is of course balanced specifically for Brood War versus SC2 as well. It's been a very fun and refreshing league to cover, especially here during the off-season of EPT. Usually we do only cover StarCraft on this channel, StarCraft 2 specifically, but it's been fun to dabble in StarCraft Evolution as well. Has been a lot of fun, has been quite enjoyable here. As Dark is going to be opening up Hatch Gas Pool. Standard opener so far. At least going for the hatch first. We'll see if he goes gasless, if Dark does go for a faster third base, but we are loading into Whispers of Gold. And what does that mean? Whispers of Gold is a very strong map for aggression, for all-ins. We've seen many an all-in be successful on Whispers of Gold, so it can be quite risky being too greedy. There it is. Gas is being taken. Dark is going hatch, gas, pool. Standard opener out of Dark. Meanwhile, Spirit back at home going CC first. CC first out of Spirit. Again, Spirit is known for his greed. He's known for cutting corners, and whenever he can, he will attempt to get away with a faster command center. Now, this is risky against Dark, especially with Dark playing SC2, because Dark is so aggressive. And if he does smell weakness, if he does notice that you have gone for a greedy build, he's not afraid to throw down a fast Roach Warren and go for a Roach Rush. He is not afraid to do so. And the Overlord will soon confirm. Behind this, we do have Spirit, of course, getting to his CC. Spirit, he did skip his SCV scout. So no SCV scouts, no scout whatsoever. Going for a third CC before, oh my god, before factory and before starport, before the first Vax is even done. Speaking of cutting corners, speaking of being greedy, again, this is what Spirit is known for, but this is one step too far. Third CC before starport, before factory, before anything else. Hyper greed here from Spirit. Ay, ay, ay. But does he get away with it? Remember, he did get away with a similar build here previously in the TVTs. He's just always one to just cut corners, throw down CCs. Dark is not fully aware. He does confirm the CC first. He knows that. He's aware of the faster command center, but he doesn't know about the third command center. So third CC into a 3 Rax, I would imagine, with 1 and now a second Rax into Stim, into a bio-heavy composition. We'll see. We shall see. No fear, only Spirit. Exactly. Academy has in place under the Overlord, so it's going to be that 2-1 Stim follow-up. It makes sense to embrace Mass Marine, and we're going for a Bane Bust. Again, as I mentioned before, Dark, if he sees you being greedy, he is not afraid. He is not afraid to just commit, to double down, throw down a Roach Warren, throw down a Bailey Nest, to just go for an all-in then and there, and Dark is going for an all-in. And what is Spirit gonna have to defend? Oh, he's got us some, let's go, he's got us some Fire Bats. I mean, Spirit, he's blind. Like, Spirit, he is blindly going into Fire Bats. I like this. I really do like this here from Spirit. Considering how many corners he is cutting, he's assuming that aggression is coming his way. What I would like even more, a bunker. I would love a bunker here for Spirit for the time being. The natural is wide open. Fire Bats will help in the defense, but is that going to be enough without a bunker? As Bailings are morphing in, bearing in mind Dark doesn't know what he's going into. He doesn't know that there are Fire Bats already ready for him, that they're already waiting. The wall is getting up and running. It's almost a full wall. More Marines are amassing. Stim is almost done. We're getting there. And Dark is now to pull the trigger. And that's 4 Fire Bats. Oh my, that's a lot of fire. That's a lot of bats. And here we go. Darky does commit. Bailings roll in. Fire Bats kept hidden. Up. And their shot's going to be going off. Do the Bailings connect? They do one in. Nice spread here from Spirits. Lings, they bust into the mineral line. Oh god, a lot of SCVs are going to be going down. The Bailings, they are caught out by the Fire Bats, but the Lings, they wreak havoc. There's one more Bailing waddling in, but it looks like Spirit, he will defend. Yeah, he shuts down the Lings, shuts down the Bailings. He holds. Spirit does hold. He will lose 9 SCVs, but remember, Dark is the one that's all in. Spirit, he has a higher worker count already because of the 3rd CC. So very nice spread there from Spirit. He did avoid most of that splash damage. 3rd CC's up and running, making 3 SCVs at a time. And Spirit, he is still up in workers. 35 SCVs to the 29 drones of Dark. The all-in, not successful. And again, like going for the blind Fire Bats was the call. Was the call to make. So really nice decision making here from Spirit. Going into a 4-axe follow-up. Stim is done. Now can get into medics even, and settle in. And Dark is in a bit of trouble here. He still did invest into all these Lings, but he has to make this worth his time here. He has to gain some kind of value. Now he's droning. Now he's taking a very late 3rd base. Very late 3rd out of Dark. Did Dark even scout? He doesn't even know. Doesn't even know how far behind he is, as he did not get eyes on the 3rd CC. So Dark is still in the dark. Taking into Lair, going for his own Eva chamber. Trying to settle in. And the best that Dark can hope for here is delay the expansion, delay the 3rd base. But to be honest, with this kind of army, with 5 Fire Bats, with all these Marines, I feel like Spirit, he should be able to expand. Like, these Lings should not be able to threaten him. As Lings, they do delay the 3rd by a couple of seconds, but the army can respond. Yeah, there's a cancel. CC lands, the army does rotate over. I would still like to see, like, a bunker here, but it's fine. There we go, bunker at the 3rd. Is setting up. We can see Dark trying to get a run by going at the natural. But Spirit is in position. Medics finally have arrived. And he's good to go. Now, from the side of Dark, trying to go into a macro game from here is going to be very difficult. There's still a lot of pressure on Dark to get some kind of counter damage. He has to do some economic damage, whether it's in the natural, whether it's at the 3rd base. There is still a lot of pressure on Dark as he is still behind. As he's attempting to stabilize. More Fire Bats on the way. I think there was someone a couple of days ago, I think it was in the quarterfinals, maybe even in the group stage, someone was asking, like, oh, why do we never see Fire Bats? I mean, we do. Like, if we get into Bayer versus Zerg, I should also emphasize that because Mech versus Zerg is more viable, we do see a lot more Mech. But whenever we see Bayer, like, I mean, Fire Bats do quite well against Ling Bane. They do very nicely against it. As Spirit is committing into more Fire Bats. From here, Dark would most likely have to tech into either Ultras or into a Hydra Lurker Viper. There's no Hydra Den yet. There's the Infestation Bit for Hive Tech. I would imagine going into Ultras. Ultras can do well against this, but we're still a ways off before any kind of Hive Tech, really. As Spirit, he's taking into tank production. 4th CC's on the way. Embracing his upgrades. Ooh, even getting a science facility. You know what that means? That means irradiate. Irradiate alongside science vessels. That's going to be ideal against Ling Bane. I mean, against all things biological here. Lingbane Ultra, even if it was to be Hydrotech as well, Irradiate can pop off. As Spirit rotates around, hits the fourth, stims in. Oh my god, it doesn't split though. Yeah, massive baling connections. Pappy, we have to split. Like fire bats, they're good, but they're not that good. So very nice trade here for Dark. Takes down a massive chunk of fire bats. How many was that? Jesus, that was 14. I mean, some of them went down earlier, but still, that's crazy. I want to say that was around 8 or so, maybe 10 at most. As Dark, he does gain map control. One bad fight, sometimes all it takes. Dark, he's somewhat in the driver's seat. Irradiate is being resourced, as we did mention, going into Science Vessel. As Spirit, he does have to retreat. Does have to back off. Ooh, and I was curious what the Hive was going to be for. The Hive is now done, and we are going for a Spire. Corrupted Broodlord? Okay. I see you. Nidoswarm's on the way. No Ultra Cavern. I'm here for it. Overseer does get eyes on the tech in the main. Does confirm the, of course, science facility researching. Is aware. Here we go. Dark is still waiting for his tech here. 2-2 is still on the way. Nidoswarm just now finishing up. Dark massing up his Lingbane. Rotating around. Going for the fourth. There is a bunker. But the Balians, they should be going for the mineral line. Yeah, they do head towards those SCVs. SCVs are going to be going down. Irradiate gets thrown down, but again, this was a late reaction here from Spirits. Yeah, it's true. Irradiate is not actually ideal on Lingbane. Oh my god. Fire bats, they take the Balians to the face. Marines have to kite back. They can't hold their own. Spirit holds. Spirit does hold. Now, for those that are curious, I mean, if you've watched Brood War, you'd be familiar with what I'm about to say. But the Irradiate does do a lot of damage. It does last a long time. That's why Irradiate does an amazing job on Ultras. Against Lingbane, I believe once the unit that gets Irradiated dies, the Irradiate runs out. I believe it does dissipate. Which is why we do see a trick in Brood War where a player irradiates their own science vessel and then dives in. They irradiate their own science vessel, they dive in, and they just do so much damage to Lings. I don't know if Spirit is aware. I don't know if we can do the same thing here, but that's why that's done, for example. From my understanding. As Spirit does take down Northern Expansion, meanwhile Dark rotating over towards the top left. Does head for the mineral line. Spirit does pull away. Devo goes down. Tank as well. Got 5 bats to defend. Ooh, but Bailey's they will crash in. Trading a base for a base, and the Spirit, he does save most of his SCVs. I spoke too soon. Once again, the Irradiate, once again, it runs out. Again, against pure Lings. Not ideal. I mean, still does a lot of damage, don't get me wrong. But for a brief period of time. Pretty sure Razor works in Evo, yeah. So yeah, what he's referring to, or what we're referring to, is irradiating your own unit, your own science vessel, and then coming in and just irradiating everything. It's crazy. We have yet to see it in StarCraft in the SEL League. We have yet to actually see that move. But again, I don't know if Spirit knows that that's the ideal, that's like the thing to do. I don't know if he knows back. I don't know. As we have our lane drop here towards the main. Likewise, Dark rallying over towards the right-hand side. Spirit not quite in position. Forced to rotate, forced to respond. Double drop into the main. And SCVs are going to be going down. So far, good damage here by Dark. Does borrow the Lings. SCVs are going down. And I assumed it was going to be Broodlord, but my apologies. I mean, yes, there is a Spire, but it's not a greater Spire. He is, in fact, going into Ultras. I do think that might hurt Dark more than anything, because the Ultras are the target for Irradiate now. they're going to be a much stronger target for Irradiate, I should say. As 11 SCVs do fall. More importantly, this is just keeping Spirit busy back at home. Still Lings borrowed in the mineral lines. And they can unborrow at any moment. Can unborrow. Stark is investing into those upgrades. A couple of Corruptors on the way to help support against those science vessels. Oh! As things they unborrow. Oof. And it's going to be another 3 SCVs. Spirit does hold, but Dark still has momentum, going for another drop. Oh my god, a massive Ling drop. I believe purely Lings towards the main. You know, Ling Bane Ultra here on the right-hand side. How many science vessels? 4. 4 science vessels. They do have Irradiates. But there's no turrets. There's nothing here. As Dark moves out, we do see Spirit pushing in. Nice Irradiate here on the Ultra. He's going to do a lot of damage. They're coming from behind the surround. Oh my god. Dark, he comes in from behind. The tanks are unsieged. And it collapses on the bio. Irradiates are good, but they're not that good. Lings at the same time, they drop into the main. They hit to the top right. Bases are going down. GG gets called. And Dark takes game number 1. Whew. GG. Oh my god. GG, well played. Dark from every single angle. He collapses, he surrounds the army. Likewise, drop into the main, run by on the right hand side. He was all over the place and Spirit could not keep up. And in the end, does tap out. GG, well played. Dark start things off with a lead. Does take the first game, but this is a best of 7. Plenty more games ahead of us. I want to believe we can embrace a longer series here. And we'll see what Spirit embraces. I imagine he should be going into SC2 Terran. Yes, we have confirmation. He has chosen the StarCraft 2 Terran race. Let's go. As we are loading into game 2, we're going to be loading into Troy. Oh. Here we go. Here we go. Spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, in the bottom left-hand corner of Troy, we have the StarCraft 2 Terran player. Calm down. Yo, when I heard the loading CC for a moment, I was like, is he gonna lift and go for the islands? Like, what's happening? Okay, we're good. We have the SE2 Terran player, the blue Terran from Lena, Poland, down in the series, but it's a best 7. You know, plenty more games ahead of us. It is Spirit. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the teal Zerg player, the Brood War Zerg, representing Talon Esports. It is Dark. Here we go. We go. Oh, that's interesting. Infamously in Brood War, this means Terran will irradiate Brood War Zerg Ultras while they run into their Marines to kill their own Marines incidentally. I see. So irradiate does friendly fire. Okay, that I was not sure of. So thank you for that tidbit. No. Here we go. Alright, gonna be settling in. Do you have Dark just opening up double hatch? Going for his macro here. Macro hatch, I should say, at the natural. Getting to his gases. Does scout, does confirm the location of Spirit, is aware. Does get eyes on the natural. And I believe because the CC, because the vision is shorter for the building SCV, he does not know about the location of Dark. So Dark knows where Spirit is. Spirit does not know where Dark is. As this is a 4-player spawn map, and we do have vertical spawns. The vertical spawns coming in. Dark going for a pool, going for a gasless opener. Very late gas here for Dark. Just going for more expansions. Does he go for another hatchery? No shot. Let's go. As Dark is going gasless. Now, this is not as greedy as the build that we saw in Monty Hall. So don't get too wild. This is not the greediest opener we've seen from Dark, but greedy nonetheless. It is going to be a hatch, into pool, into another hatchery. Gasless opener from Dark, or I should say very delayed gas from Dark. So late link speed, late tech in general, just very greedy. Very greedy play here from Dark. Throwing down the sunken colony, or the creep colony, to morph into a sunken colony. Oh boy. Meanwhile, back at home, we do see Spirit just chilling. getting to his 1-1 setup. Ooh, going into a third CC before starport. Economic build here at a Spirit. From here he can go into, of course, the third base, then the island base. Can float on over. But it does make sense to cut corners like this just because, as you can see here, there's no Reaper cliff. There's no cliff into the main, there's no cliff into the natural. The Reaper opener here is stuck outside of the natural base, and Dark is safe and sound with the bare minimum. With a handful of slowlings and with a sunken colony, he can defend. Behind this, Dark taking all of his gases, joining up quite heavily, taking into Hydras. It's going to be Hydra Tech here from Dark. So far, so good. Here we go. And again, because Spirit is playing economically, he can't punish him. Like Dark, he cannot be punished anytime soon just because Spirit is focusing on his own third base, not into two-base aggression. So sure, Spirit, he's making a handful of Hellions, but what can Hellions really do here? They can harass the northern expansion, but I believe Spirit doesn't even know. Yeah, he doesn't even know about that base. Oof. Spirit, he's in the dark, man. He's in the dark. He's unaware of the greed here of his opponent. And so far, Darky's just using it for hive production, sorry, for Hydra production, I should say. Still saturating on two bases, joining up quite heavily. A lair is on the way. This will give access to Lurker Tech, of course. So this time a much faster lair from Dark compared to previous games that we have seen from it. It's going to be that faster lair. And the Hydras will zone this army back. And again, Spirit doesn't really have anything to threaten Dark at the moment. As we mentioned, because of the economic builds, you can see Spirit is getting into double E-bays, double upgrades, taking into stim, and getting into tank production. Hellions are forced back, and Dark has map control. From here, he can embrace his upgrades, and now he can start saturating that third. Oh, as he attempts to catch out the Hellions. We have Overlord Speed on the way. Ling Speed, so just Ling Hydra. Again, with the lair, we can now morph into or now take into Lurkers. For the time being, though, no Lurker Tech yet. Just Ling Hydra. Oh, Hellions, they do scout, they do confirm. They get eyes on the third. Now he knows. Can't really do anything about it, but at least he's aware. At least Spirit is aware of the expansion. Oh, as, yeah, these Hellions and Reapers are going to be trapped. There's no way out. No. Hellion goes down. Reaper goes down. Back at home, Spirit is building up. And he's getting ready for his 7-minute push. 3 more racks is going to be a 5-rack setup here on 3 bases. A standard setup here at a Spirit. And a Spirit shouldn't move out until he has upgrades. Basically, we're waiting for 1-1. Waiting for a 1-1. Bold move, Spirit. He's moving out with a double drop. Oh. No shot. The Hydras! No, they're here! Oh, he gets 1! He gets 2! Oh my god, 1 full medevac, a second medevac goes down. Ay, ay, ay. Spirit, he gets punished. I mean, Dark was getting ready for his own drop, by the way. He wasn't trying to intercept. He's getting ready here with Dropalord. Dropalord Tech is on the way. He was getting ready for his own Doom drop. Alas, he does just come across the drop of Spirit. Very fortunate for Dark. By accident. It's like, oh my god, okay, I guess, sure. I guess I'll deny your drop, and then I can just get into my own. So very fortunate here for Dark, and very unlucky here for Spirit. Ay, ay, ay. And I wonder if Spirit realizes what this meant, seeing all these Hydras. I don't think he saw the Overlords, as here comes the drop that Dark was setting up for. That he just happened to be setting up for. Sensor Tower is done, that will help. But there's nothing in position. There's no army here, just turrets. There's going to be 1 turret to defend. And here comes the drop. The 1 turret, it's not going to be enough. Likewise, are there any medevacs? 0 medevacs. No shot. 0 medevacs here for Spirits. CC is going to be denied. There are tanks, though. Ooh, tank load is going up. Hydras have to respect it. But Spirit is contained. He's contained on 2 bases. He cannot expand. Gases are being shut down. Dark, of course, rotating over towards the center. Picking up, getting out of here. Actually dropping into the main. Oh my god. He's crazy. One of the Hydras left behind. Feels bad, man. Is left behind. Jump into the main. Getting more value. Leaves one link behind. And throughout all of this, Dark, he has been taking. Lurkers are now on the way. Again, the lair was done quite some time ago. Lurkers are now morphing in. Hive is on the way as well. With this, we can go into Hive Tech, of course, into Defilers, into Queens. Curious what Dark it does use here. Speaking of, there it is, the Defiler Mount. Let's go! The new Defiler Mount. We'll zoom in. We'll zoom in soon. For those that are curious, for a very long time, I should say, since the inception of StarCraft Evolution, the Defiler Mound was just a repurposed Roach Warren, but recently, for the playoffs, has been repurposed and we have a new graphical asset here for the Defiler Mound. Big shout out to Kate, or Kat. Big shout out to Kat for, of course, creating that, for bringing it all together, for creating the new asset. Oh, there it is! No more repurposed Roach Warren. We have our new Defiler. I can't like zoom in properly. But let's go. It's so flat. I mean, it should be. It's a Defiler mount. But we appreciate it. We appreciate the work put into this. As again, it just used to be a Roach Warren. But the Defiler upgrades on the way. It is sufficiently like Zerg and disgusting. It's beautiful. Let's go. As Darky's just taking more expansions, taking more bases, expanding all around the map. He has map control, of course. And Spirit does eventually retake his third, thankfully. Does retake it. We go. The whole position! Oh no! Oh my god, the whole position micro. He's holding on! No! He pops off! Oh my god! And massive shots over the helis. The helis, they go down. The ghosts do survive. Thankfully, the ghosts get the hell out of there. But Dark, calm down. Oh my god. The whole position lurkers. They do pop off. They punish spirits. Drop on the right hand side. But Dark is all over this. And here come those Defilers. They're ready with the Dark Swarm, with the Plague. The Plague. Yes, he's gonna collapse in. The tanks are unsieged. Massive Dark Swarms. Oh my god. And the army just crumbles. The Dark Swarms, they continue. Oh my, we just cover everything in Dark Swarm. No shot. No reason not to. Snipes going off. Not bad. 2 Lurkers finally go down. Another Dark Swarm. Just to protect. At the same time, the 4th base is just cut off from the rest of the bases from the army. Oh, he gets a Plague. Does land the Plague here on Spirit. And you can see Dark just slowly leapfrogging forward here with these Dark Swarms. Nice snipes though. Take these snipes, they are spells. They do ignore the Dark Swarm. Ghosts, they're crazy. They get the ghosts, they get the Lurkers anyway. Another Plague, the medevacs are running out of energy. And the ghosts are getting very low. Jesus, look at how low they are. One more shot. For those that are curious, Plague reduces the HP to 1. It doesn't kill anything, but it does reduce everything to 1 HP. And the ghosts, I should emphasize. So we get another Plague. Medevac goes down. And the medevacs are just running out of energy at this point. Running out of energy. The ghosts are exposed. And Dark at the same time going for the drop. Double drop into the main. Nice snipes though. Oh. Of course, bearing in mind as well that these lurkers compared to the SE2 lurkers have less range. Far less range than their SE2 counterparts. Army breaks out. Drop coming in, Lings into the 3rd, into the main. And the main army collapses in. And now with Ultras, they just want some hugs. Darkstorm gets thrown down. Ultras, they dive in. Oh my god. There's only a handful of Ultras left. It looks like a Spirit he will hold. Oh my, the Dark Swarm! Barely holding his own here. Protecting the Ultras, pushing forward, gets a tank. And now he's getting on top of the Ghost as well. And throughout all of this, Lings are wreaking havoc. That's 59 SCVs going down. Spirit getting completely pulled apart. As there were Lings in the main at the third. Main army pushing in. Another Dark Storm and a Plague as well. Plague does graze the army. For those that are curious, Dark Swarm, it means that no ranged units can really hurt anything in the Dark Swarm. GG gets called, and Dark takes a 2-0 lead. Whew. GG. Oh my god. GG, well played. Things that can bypass the Dark Swarm, though, are spells. You know, spells like we were seeing. Snipes were unaffected by Dark Swarm, so we saw that Spirit was able to make use of that and snipe the Lurkers earlier. Unfortunately, the Ghosts were being whittled away over time, so he didn't quite have enough snipes left over to go for the Ultras in that final fight. With that, GG. GG, well played. Whew. Dark takes a 2-0 lead, and now we are embracing Game 3. We're going to be loading into Ley Lines. Oh my god. Yes, true. Splash damage as well. That's something I should emphasize. Where, for example, if I'm not mistaken, if you have a tank line, and if a tank shoots a unit in a Dark Swarm, the unit itself that gets targeted is safe, but the units around it get hurt by the tank fire. So, yeah. So splash damage in a way like tank shots or Storm, of course, that does affect units in the Dark Swarm. And, of course, targeted spells as well. And here we go, we're getting into Game 3. And we'll see if our Terran player can recover. As spawning in the top right-hand corner of Ley Lines, we have the Polish Terran player, the Teal Terran, rocking the SE2 race. We'll see if he can bounce back here, and we'll see if he can claw his way back in this series and make a series out of it. It is Spirit. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his one. Oh, let's go! Is he going for a 13-12? He is. He's going for a 13-12 in a ZBT. He's crazy. The Brood War Zerg player from South Korea, representing Talon Esports. He's being hyper-aggressive, hyper-committed. It is Dark. Now, you think you've seen some greed by Dark, and he has. He has been hyper-greedy throughout this entire day of StarCraft. That is true, but now we have the aggression. We have, oh my god, so it is going to be a 13-12 here out of Dark, rushing into early Ling speed with a Ling Flood. And will this work against Spirit? Spirit back at home going Rax first. Ooh. I'm sure that maybe Dark was hoping CC first. We've spoken about this before, but Spirit, he is one to go CC first more often than not, and maybe that is what Dark was hoping, because a CC first means a delayed Rax and delayed Factory, so potentially a bit of a gamble here by Dark. We'll see how this all comes together. As he pulls out of gas, only Ling speed. Again, a 13-12 in SE2 usually means a Bane bust, but there are no Banelings. No Banelings for Brood War, of course, so we pull out of gas, only 100 gas, Ling speed is on the way, and here comes the Ling Flood. Now, will this work? It usually shouldn't, right? Like, I mean, Terran, they can wall off is the thing. They can just fully wall off, they can pull the boys, they can repair. It's going to be difficult to really make this happen here. We'll see, as Lings are moving out. Lings are moving out. Wait, Bane bust? Yeah, Brood War. Otherwise, 100%. If this was SE2 Zerg, it should be a Bane bust, but it's Brood War instead. The Lings are moving out. The bipedal Lings, let's go! They skirt around the edge of the map. No SCV scouts out of Spirit. He moves out with the initial Reaper. Overlord will confirm the CC on the low ground, but it's about breaking the main. You know, denying the third base is not good enough damage. Dark, he has to break the main instead. Now he knows it wasn't CC first. And can he slip up the ramp? Actually, no, he's going to be revealing himself instead. Does reveal himself. Reaper turns around. Boys are being pulled to the low ground, actually. Oh my god, Lings, they flood in! Spirit a little bit ambitious here. Marine takes a lot of hits, does survive. Darky pulls back, going for the Reaper. He gets us around! Reaper goes down, and Marine barely survives, though. Dark, he wants it. Spirit holds. Ooh, Spirit holds, he fully walls off. Will lose 5 SCVs, but Spirit, he is up in workers. He did have to cancel the expansion, though. CC was cancelled, and behind this, Dark rushing into a lair. I feel like this should be 2 base Muta, right? I feel like we've seen this before. Like 13-12 into 2 base Muta. I feel like that makes the most sense, but this is just a really chaotic game state. Dark, he is down in workers, but he does have a natural. You know, Spirit now re-expanding on the high ground, going to Hellion production. I feel like Hellions can pop off, not gonna lie. There's no Queens to defend. We'll see if Dark cuts corners, we'll see if he does make some sunken colonies. Lair is on the way, second gas, show us the... I mean, it could be one of two things. It's gonna be the Spire, right? Part of me was thinking maybe Nidus, but Nidus works very differently in Brood War, where you need creep ahead of time. So it has to be the Mutas. We'll see. So now Dark, he's just trying to saturate his bases, getting a third. Lair is done, and we will soon have enough gas. Yep, there it is. There's a Spire. So as we mentioned, 13-12 into Mutas, this makes the most sense as a transition point. It's still a very risky maneuver. As you can imagine, Spirit, he's already building up... I was going to say building up Marines. He's working on Marine production. But the goal here is to keep Spirit busy. The goal here is to just keep him pinned at home, get a couple of SCV kills, and allow or give Dark the time he needs to actually build up an economy. Because the economy is lackluster for Dark. Especially with Spirit going 3cc. Third CC is on the way. Is taking his natural. There is that safety sunken colony here from Dark, so if there was some aggression, then he would be somewhat okay. Oh my god, and Spirit's playing mech. Okay, who does this favor? I think this might be better for Dark, because what does this mean? Where's the anti-air? That's my question to you. This is the anti-air. 2 Marines. 2 vanilla Marines. I mean, I guess we can get into Cyclone production. True. Okay, we can get into Cyclone production here. Hopefully from the side of Spirit. We'll need those Cyclones. Mutas are amassing. So far, still just Hellions on the way. Hellion does poke in. Ling shut it down. So there we go. Scanned into the main. Now he knows Cyclone production has begun. Phew. Spirit is now aware of what's going on, and he should be getting ready. He should be ready for this. Cyclones are building up. And they can shut down Mutas. So very important scan here from Spirit. As Mutas, they push in towards the top left. There's going to be 5 Cyclones to defend. That's plenty of Cyclones. But again, the goal here for Dark is not to end the game. It is to contain. It's to contain Spirit for as long as possible. To keep him busy. Keep him pinned. Delay the third. As Mutas, they rotate. Head towards the natural. Turret is not quite done. And the Mutas, they do get a handful of SCVs. That's going to be 2 SCVs going down. Ooh, 3 SCVs even. Nice control at the Dark here. Very delicate micro, as if he commits to a fight, he will lose everything to the Cyclones. Oh, speaking of. He has to pull back. Does need to pull away. Blue Flame is in production. Spirit, he's committing to mech, to battle mech. With Hellion Cyclone. Back at home, Dark is transitioning into Hydras. So Hydra speed is on the way. +1 range. Just trying to work on those Hydras. But again, Dark, he still needs more time. He's still down in workers, or doesn't have the best economy, I should emphasize. Up. Spirits has yet to take his third. Has yet to float over. Dark running up to 50. Rushing into a Queen Nest. Oh my god. Bold move, but Queens would be very useful against this kind of army. Wither and Snare. Hellions are moving up. Blue Flame is almost done. Hydras are keeping up. Mutas, they delay the Cyclones. Hellions rotating around. Are they going for the dive? Oh, no, not quite. Not yet. They trade against the Lings. Hydras are trying to amass. As a reminder, Hydras are not light-based units, so they can trade a little bit more better here against the Blue Flame Hellions than typically. No Cyclones! Yeah, no Cyclones in position. The Mutas, they shut down the Hellions. Spirit out of position with his Cyclones. Does respond. Does reinforce. You have Hurricane engines on the way, plus on vehicle weapons. Getting into tank production. Mutas came back home, which means that Spirit can now expand. He can finally expand, finally take his third. Meanwhile, Dark, he's on a decent economy. He's on still under 3 base economy, unfortunately. I believe that's Parasite being researched. Oh. As Mutas, they get forced back. But I imagine we're going to be working towards some Queen production. And when it comes to Queens as supportive units, one of the big factors, especially against Battle Mech, should be the Ensnare. Ensnare is basically like Fungal. Ensnare, it slows down the army, but it lasts a very long time compared to your typical Fungal growth. As mutas, they do get caught out. The muta count is almost non-existent at this point. And Dark is still yet to fully saturate. It's still on a 3 base economy, just under even. Just under 3 bases. Aliens pushing in. Nice spread here from Dark, trying to avoid that splash damage. Yeah, very nice movement with the Hydras. Getting into Lurker Tech. Chasing down the Hellions. Back at home, Spirit now getting into a more tank-heavy composition after the Cyclones, of course. Tank production getting underway. Just the 1 tech lab, though. There we go. 2nd tech lab. Lurkers are being researched. No spellcasters yet from Dark. Interesting. Still sticking with purely a Hydra Lurker. No Queens yet. There we go. As Spirit, he's just hurtling. He's just hurtling up, throwing down walls of depots, sensor towers, turrets as well. He's just fortifying himself. And Dark, as a result, is taking up. Hive is done, and I was curious what was going to be done with the Hive. I assumed it was going to be a Defiler Mound, but no, instead. Oh, the whole position, once again, catching out the Cyclones. Very nice catch here from Dark. Oh my god. Does shut the Cyclones down, but Dark is heading into a Greater Spire. Reinvesting into Mutas, and with this, he can go into Guardians. And once again, I ask you the question, what is the anti-air for Spirit? Cyclones. Against Guardians, Cyclones are not ideal. So Guardians, they can pop up. This is where Ghosts, where Thors, where even Vikings would have to come into play. Ghost Academy is halfway done, but the Guardians are upon us. Here we go, as Mutas are amassing. Mutas are massing up. Getting ready to morph in. There they are! Nine Guardians. 9 Guardians are morphing in. And Spirit has no idea. Spirit, he has no idea what he needs right now. He's getting caught with his pants down. Trying to respond. Still quite heavy here on Hellbat's Cyclone. I mean, at least he is sprinkling in a couple of Ghosts. True. The Ghost will help. The Ghost will help. Guardians morph in. They're coming. They're floating in, Pat. They catch a tank. Tank goes down. Spirit out of position. He has to respond. Ooh, +1 vehicle plating going to be denied just barely in time. The Ghost. Oh my god. Ghost goes down. Massive pickup. He's going to have to guy pack. Hellbat drop you on top of the army. He's going to trade well against the Leagues at least, but the Guardians, there's no answer. There's no answer to the Guardians. The first Ghost went down. No other Ghosts behind this. Is one of them coming out of the production. Gets a snipe off. The snipe is denied. And Dark, he snowballs out of control. GG gets called with the surprise Guardians after a 13-12. I would say a failed 13-12. And GG Dark, he's one game away from becoming the StarCraft Evolution League full champion. GG. One more game is all that Dark needs. Una más, papi. Ay, ay, ay. And not gonna lie, I feel like this was meant to be Spirit's game here. He had a stronger start. You know, he was able to get a better economy early on. He was able to minimize losses against the mutas. Remember, the mutas, they didn't really do much damage. The mutas they contained, but they didn't really kill many SCVs at all. But they did delay the push, and they delayed the third. As we mentioned, the role of the mutas was just to contain and allow Dark to recover. And Dark, he was able to get there in the end, was able to somewhat recover. More importantly, though, I do think that the supplies was still, you know, in favor of the Terran. If it was a ground-based composition, I do think that obviously Spirit would have had a stronger chance there, but it was the hidden tech. The fact that Dark, he gambled a little bit, he rushed into the Greater Spire, into Guardians, and it was unscouted. If Spirit had known, he would have had a better response, but he had no idea. So, I mean, he just had the worst army for it. He had one Ghost. That's all he had. That's all he really had against Guardians, so was caught with his pants down. A GG, well played. With that, we are going to game 4. Let's go. Let us go. Guardians seem insane. They seem insane when there's nothing that shoots up. When nothing shoots up, they're crazy, papi. They're crazy. Oh my god. Out of this world. And here we go. We're getting into game 4. We're loading into near Isles of Siren. What does that mean? The island map. Let's go. Let us go. The sky crab, the space crabs, papi, the space crabs. Ah, let's go. As spawning in the bottom right hand corner of near Isles of Siren, we have the teal Terran player, the Polish Terran, rocking StarCraft 2. By the way, he's down in this series, one more loss, and that is going to be the end of the finals. I'm hoping for a back and forth. I'm hoping for an extended series, but the pressure is on. We'll see if we can recover here on an island map. It is Spirit. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Brood War Zerg player, the Red Zerg from South Korea, representing Talent Esports. One more game is all he needs to make it here to be our champion. It is Dark. Here we go. Whew. So we are going to be settling in. To have a Dark opening up hatch first, and once again I should reiterate, welcome one and all to near Isles of Siren. What does that mean? Island map. We have 4 bases. We have your natural and your third base, which is quite easy to take. We have high yield gases as well, so you can go for the greediest build possible. As you can see, Dark already going hatch, could even go for a 4th hatchery as well before gas, before spawning pool. You can be as greedy as possible here. You do have the 4th base, as I just pointed out, available to you as well, but this 4th base can be quite awkward to defend. As you can see here, to gain access to this 4th, there is a very narrow alley that goes right into the main base. What this means specifically, as we have seen time and time again, is with a ground army, you can have a really hard time defending this location and this location. If you're being pulled back and forth, if you're out of position, it can be very difficult to rotate between your bases here just because of the path by ground. So bear that in mind, as that might come into play as the game progresses. Likewise, Spirit going CC into Rax. I should say, sorry, it should be next CC first into Rax into the 3rd CC on location. So very greedy build here by Spirit as well. Also, to reiterate, 4-player map. 4-player map, you can spawn in at any corner of the map. Dark, he's checking, does confirm no Spirit towards bottom left, and he will confirm no Spirit towards top right. It is a diagonal cross spawn map for now. We're loading into cross spawns. Dark taking his 4th base, and we were able to experience this map earlier in the TVT between Spirit and Kiwian. It was a very intense TVT, and we saw how powerful StarCraft 2 Terran can be on this because of how mobile they are and because of how powerful Sky Terran is. Speaking of Sky Terran, this is where something like 2-port BC could work quite well. Spirit, he was able to go into mass battle cruiser, and he just had his way with Spirit's Brood War Terran. It was insane. Dark is rushing into a lair though, and this should be a rush into Spire Tech into mutas. I would imagine Dark is rushing into mutas. We'll see what Spirit rushes into himself. We shall see. As gases are being taken, of course the high yield gases are being prioritized. Dark getting a macro hatch. Spirit getting a 4cc. I do like this position because he can just float it over to his location. But what about the army that Spirit is going to have to work with? Does he go into I feel like bio play is going to be viable. Going into like a 2-1-1 into drop play, I feel like that could be quite effective on this map. It can also completely hard counter 2-base Muta, or I guess 3-base Muta, with early stim Marines. In my mind, that would work the best here. Now, from the side of Spirit, he hasn't seen anything. He doesn't know what's going on, but you can hazard a guess, right? You can assume that if we're on an island map, that the Zerg player would be rushing into a Spire and into Mutas. Speaking of, Spire is on the way. So, Spirit, he can make an educated guess here with what's going on. We can see factory follow-up. That means no 2-on-1. That means he is not rushing to a second Rax into Stim. Instead, it's going to be a 1-1-1 opener. Interesting. This looks like Vikings. With the reactor, we can go into an add-on swap into Viking production, I would assume. Yes, second starport's on the way. Another reactor. Yep, it looks like Mass Viking. Mass Viking out of Spirit. Interesting. I'm curious what is better here, right? Because in my mind, the two options would have been either 2-on-1 into Medevac Bio drop play with Stim, or this, which is, you know, a double starport Mass Viking. I guess they both have their place. We'll see how this goes. We'll see how this does go. As we do see, Dark is investing into Dropper Lords, into Ventral Sacks. That is so that Dark can eventually expand. Oh, okay. Liberator production, not Viking. I mean, I'm sure he'll get there, but Liberator first. Interesting. I mean, this will mean he can harass across the map. True. Oh, he's... Okay. I assumed like 2 libs into Viking. No. Mass lib, baby. Let's go. Is committing into Mass Liberator. I mean, their anti-air splash damage is crazy. Is very impressive. So, I mean, Mass lib can hold its own against Mass Muta. True. Queen S is on the way for Hive Tech. Overlord's getting in position. And Liberators will soon move out. Let's go. Let us go. Liberators, they have hit the field. They have yet to reveal themselves. Likewise, Mutas, they do move out across the map. They run into a wall of turrets. 1 Muta goes down. 1 Muta falls. Oh, nice kiting here with the Liberator. And again, these libs, they can hold their own. Oh my god. 1 Liberator is going to fall. They do trade against 2 of those Mutas. A 3rd Muta as well. So a better trade from Spirits. That's 3 Mutas for 1 Liberator. But Darky does catch the message. Oh, the transfer workers. They're too soon. They come in a little bit too soon. That's 6 SCVs going down. That should not have happened. As Spirit has to pull back and he's building up more libs. And he is going pure lib, by the way. Into bio. Okay. So it's going to be Liberator with bio support. Getting to 1-1. Getting to Marine production. I do like that. I do like the choice to go into Marines like that. Meanwhile, look at the minimap. Jesus, look at the positioning of all these Overlords. Oh my god. The aestheticness here. The Overlord pattern. As we have 7 Liberators, and at this point, Mutas are not the answer. At this point, 1 wrong move, and all these Mutas will melt. They will just explode out of the sky. So Dark has to back off, get into his Hive, 2nd Spire. It looks like double air upgrades, and this most likely is going to lead into a greater Spire into Devourers, and Guardians as well, I would imagine. I'd imagine Dark is working towards Guardian Devour with Queen support. Is getting into those melee upgrades though. Can of course set up some drop play. Speaking of drops, there they are. Drops are moving out with Mass Ling. Now remember, Spirit, he has been investing into his bio upgrades. But does he have any Marines yet? So far he's going into Ghost production. No Marines, which means these Lings, if they can unload, they can wreak havoc. Oh. These Lings, they can be more successful than the Mutas. As Mutas are looking for another way in. Dark, mass expanding. Does migrate towards bottom left. Catching out a medevac. The Ghost up. Oh my god. Nice snipe. 1 Ghost does get picked off. 1 medevac even. The mutas, they have to respect the lives. Oh my god, there's so much splash damage there. Mutas, they cannot fight this head on. But the Lings can. Like one wrong move and again these mutas, they explode. Like in one big volley. Ooh, meanwhile, full drop bullet goes down. Ghost, they respond. Nice snipes. Good defense so far by Spirit. He does defend. He shuts down the initial drop. 4 Lings get into the middle line. They get a handful of SCVs, but nothing too major yet. Getting 6 SCVs. Still more Lings. Meanwhile, there's a Greater Spire. Nidusworm here across the map. As a reminder, Brood War Nidusworms do not make any noise. They don't make any sound whenever they appear. So Dark, he's just silently just taking more expansions, saturating more bases. Lings, they try to engage. Nice kiting here out of Spirits. Shuts down the Lings. Queen production has begun. As we mentioned before, Queens, they can ensnare. And Parasite. So Queen's going to be a great supportive unit here. For whatever's in the sky. Scourge. I always forget about Scourge. I always forget. But true, Scourge, that can be an answer as well. To the Mass Lib. Spirit, he does expand here in the center base. 4 gases available to him. Ay, ay, ay. And from here, he can start to lay siege upon the bases of Dark. He can try to push in. Jeez, that's 22 Scourge. Oh my god. Scourge are amassing. One wrong move, and Spirit, he will lose all of his Liberators. Now, it's going to be, I'm sure it's going to be a very interesting engagement here where if the Libs, if they get their volley off first because of their splash damage, I believe they can one-shot all these Scourge. I believe. Depending on if the Scourge are stacked. Likewise, because of that, I would imagine that Dark wants to try to surround the Liberators. Jesus, he has too many mutas. The Libs! Oh my god. They're on the chase. And where are the Scourge? Oh, and Snare coming in. Oh, the first one does miss, but the others do connect. And now we can just fight head on. You can fight this head on and massive connections. Oh my god. The mutas, they melt. Scourge are coming in a little bit late. But they will connect. Massive connections. They clean up every single Liberator. How many mutas just died? 16. Jesus. 16 mutas went down, but we have 14 now Guardians on the way. Now, without any more Liberators, I mean, where's the anti-air? And against Guardians, it isn't about Libs, it's about Vikings, I would say. Or Vikings and alongside Ghosts. As Guardians are pushing in, and Spirit, he does not see the transition. He doesn't know. He's still making Liberators. Again, Liberators, they're good against mutas, but there are 0 mutas. That's the problem here. There are 0 mutas anymore. There's no more muta. As Guardians, they reveal themselves. Now, the Ghost can respond. Yeah, they're coming in for the snipes. Massive snipes going up. Oh my god, they shut down almost every single Guardian. Jesus, the snipes are crazy. He gets 12, 13. 13 Guardians go down. The Queens are left a little bit too close as well. And again, just like with SE2, what is the counter to all things Zerg? Mate, just make the Ghost, man. Just the Ghost. We need a new copy pasta for the Ghost in Brood War. Scourge, they take down some of those. Oh, they take down some of the Medivacs. The mutas, they collapse in. But the snipes are too good. The mutas, they melt. And the Mass Ghost. The Ghost is all you need, Papi. The late game army of Terran. You need Ghosts for the Guardians. You need Ghosts against the Lings, the Scourge, Ghosts for the Muta, Ghosts for the Queen, Ghosts for the Devour True, Ghosts for the Ultra, Ghosts for the Hydra. Oh, the Ghost, Papi. As the base is going to go down. Behind this, reinforcing once again with Liberators. There we go. As he doesn't keep pushing, thankfully so. I do think that if he were to keep pushing, would overextend. So Spirit, playing it safe, has now realized that Dark has taken every other expansion. But Spirit, he's holding his own. Spirit, he is going to be hunting them down. Likewise, do we have enough energy for an ensnare? Not quite. Ooh, snipes going off once again. Oh my god, the snipes are brutal. Again, the queen wasn't ready. No ensnares. Muta's have to back up. Another expansion going to be going down. And I feel like the only way for Dark to really engage with the Mass Ghost needs to be leading with something like either an ensnare or a Plague. The problem with Plague is because we're on an island map, there's no way that you're going to have Defilers in position. That's the big problem here. So I do feel like Defilers are not going to be an option for Dark. That's out of the picture, and it has to be the Queen. It has to be the ensnare. But even then, I just realized, I could be mistaken, but unlike Fungal Growth, ensnare wouldn't cancel Snipe, right? Am I crazy? But basically, what cancels Snipe is damage, and ensnare doesn't do any damage. So I'd like confirmation in the chat, but I believe ensnare wouldn't actually do anything. So if that's the case, then even ensnare won't work. True. Oh no. Correct. Yeah. Aye. As Spirit does take another expansion. Dark dropping here towards the south. Yeah, I feel like this is the best option for Dark. Just avoid the fight. Avoid the ghosts. And go for a backstab instead. Go for the mineral line. Gets SCVs. Oh god. The Liberators are here. We just have to get out of here. Oh, they do catch some of the ghosts, but snipes are going up. Oh my god, massive snipes here on the Overlords. Drop Lords are denied. And this Mass Muta is doing some nice damage here, but again, he has to get the hell out of here. We need to leave. We just rotate out. So the flanking ghosts! Oh my god! The snipes! There's ghosts everywhere! Oh jeez! This ghost GG gets called, and Spirit, he does fight back. He does take game number 4 with the Mass Ghost. Let's go. GG. Everywhere you turn, there's ghosts all over the place. You can't escape, man. You can't escape. Ghosts everywhere. GG. GG, well played. And again, once again, a really unique game. I do always love the games on island maps like Neo Isles of Siren. Again, as we were kind of like theory crafting, coming into that end game state here, your typical answers to Mass Ghost in SE2 would be something like Fungal, of course. In Brood War, it would be Plague, right? It would be the Defiler. But as we were mentioning, because of the nature of these islands, because it's so awkward for ground-based units to reinforce and for them to actually be whether you need them to be in these big fights, Defilers were not an option. They weren't really an option for Dark. Instead, he was trying to commit here to Queen Muta into Ling, but alas, could not really handle the Mass Ghost. GG, well played. Spirit fights back. He fights back, he puts a point on the board, and Spirit, he has some momentum, Papi. He does have some momentum, and we'll see if he can maintain it. We'll see if we can extend this series as we're jumping into Game 5. It's going to be on Citadel. Let's go. Let us go. And again, just really smart of Spirit to go for the initial Liberators as well. Initially, especially early on, I was a little bit concerned that the Liberators would not be enough, especially against the drop Ling play. But alas, Spirit, he held on. He was able to shut down the Ling drops, able to shut down the Mutas, of course, and take the game. And fight back. And here we go. We're getting into game number 5. And spawning in the top right-hand corner of Citadel, we have the StarCraft Brood War Terran player, the blue Terran from the land of Poland. It is Spirit. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, bottom right-hand corner, we have the teal Zerg player, the Brood War Zerg, the SE2 Zerg from South Korea, representing Talon Esports. It is Dark. Here we go. Oh my god. But again, that was a very unique kind of dynamic there on Neo Isles of Siren on the island map. I would say that you could maybe see a very similar dynamic on Monty Hall, as Monty Hall is kind of, it shares a lot of similarities with an island map just because it's so awkward for a ground army to reinforce and to rotate between certain areas of the map. So those are definitely maps where you can try to take advantage of that kind of game state. But now we're here loading into Citadel, a 4-player spawn map, and we are looking for our opponents. We have Dark checking bottom left first with the initial Overlord, second Overlord going top right. Spirit going CC first. CC first out of Spirit. Bit of a greedy build here from Spirit, but he should be able to get away with it. Likewise, Dark going for an earlier gas here. Interesting. Okay. Or I believe this... No, never mind. Sorry. Hatch gas pool, I think. Regardless, is going to be settling in. And we'll see where this takes us, as Dark will eventually get eyes on the opener. On the position here of Spirit, as he does confirm that he is not bottom left. Okay, standard opener. For some reason, I thought that the gas was mistimed, but no. Standard opener here out of Dark. Hatch gas pool. Hatch gas pool here from Dark is moving out with his Lings. Soon to get into link speed, and the Overlord will soon get eyes on the position. Link speed is on the way. Darky pulls out. Not rushing into early Bailings or early Roaches. Not this time. Ooh, and Spirit for the first time this series with Brood War, he can embrace Mech. Mech is on the way. Double factory in production. Overlord does get eyes on the Gas Geyser. SCV spots the Overlord as well. Spirit knows. Spirit now knows where Dark is. Dark now knows where Spirit is. Let's go. Link dips in. Just being a bit of a nuisance. Forcing some delayed mining time. As the machine shops are on the way. With this, we can rush into Spider Mines or into Ion Thrusters. Speaking of, there it is. Ion Thrusters is on the way. And a Vulture production has begun. As that is, of course, a Vulture speed. So Spirit is building up. And Dark, did he see the production? He did not. So Dark is still a little bit in the dark as to what's going on. Not fully aware, but that's a lot of links. Oh my god, he's link flooding. Jesus, that is what's that, 27 links? Oh my god, links are amassing, they're moving out. And we'll see if we can catch out those vultures. I mean, vultures early on can be exposed. We do see Spirit getting ready with his SimCity. Third CC as a part of the wall. The eBay does fully wall off as well. Yeah, links, they have arrived, but alas, the eBay is ready for this. And Spirit holds. Spirit, he does hold a massive win here for Spirit, as Dark did delay his droning in favor of all those Lings. So Dark, he falls behind in the economy, falls behind the worker count, Spider Mine's on the way, and Spirit, so far, in a good position. He is in a good position here. Behind this, Dark, he is getting into Roaches. I mean, now he confirms that it is going to be Mech. He spots all the Vultures. So he's getting into Roach production. 5 Roaches on the way. The question becomes, is Dark going to saturate? It looks like he isn't. Yeah, he just made a massive wave of Overlords, and he's going all in. It's going to be a Ravager Ling all in out of Dark, as he is not saturating whatsoever. I mean, he is vertical spawn. He is close by ground. Vultures, they get eyes on the army. They see the lack of saturation. He knows. He should know at this point. He sees no drones at the third base. He's racing back home. Back at home, what do we have? We have tanks on the way. Siege mode hasn't been researched. No. Oh, sorry, it has. Siege mode is done. And we need as many tanks as possible. As many tanks and Spider Mines as well, as Spider Mines was not researched, so it's just going to have to be tanks. It is going to be a full wall here at the natural. And here comes the Ling Ravager. And once the wall falls, that's when the Lings flood in. It's going to be all about the SimCity as well. I would love to see like a secondary wall behind this. The Ravagers have arrived. Knocking down the eBay. Boys are being pulled. But again, that's what the miles are for. Going for the depot as well. More boys being pulled. Tank is within range. And so far, Spirit's holding. He's going for the tank. He gets one. Oh my god. Trading a tank for a Ravager. Spirit, he's holding on. Repairing. And Dark backs off. Yeah, the all-in has failed. Dark, he's droning up. Oh! Does get the depot. But Dark, he's droning. He's getting a lair. Dark, he realizes he cannot kill his opponent. He cannot kill Spirit, not anymore. And Spirit, he's in a good position. I mean, the worker counts are similar, but Spirit has been mining more for longer. So Spirit, he has the better economy. Dark just now saturating, trying to at least. Yeah, now transferring over. Wraith has arrived to hunt down all these overlords. Ooh, it's going to be a lot of dead overlords here. Dark getting supply blocked. Yeah, brutal supply block for Dark. Using another overlord. That's 3 overlords on the way for Dark. Establishing his third. Spirit tries to take his own third base, but Dark is here to delay. That's the goal here for Dark, is delay the third. Delay the expansion, contain Spirit for as long as possible to allow Dark to recover. As he was so committed with this army. Oh my god. Tanks they leave forward. While they don't quite connect. Spirit breaks out. Lings, they come in for a surround. Oh, they catch out some of the vultures. Yeah, nice trades here for Dark. Lings are forced back. And Dark is going to be taking up in towards Hive Tech. Infestation, if it's on the way, that's going to be for Hive Tech. That'll gain access to Infestors, potentially Swarm Hosts. I mean, I really haven't seen the dynamic between Swarm Hosts against Brood War Mech, but technically that's also going to be an option. True. It is going to be an option for Dark. Especially considering that he did fall behind in the economy. It to be like hyper cost efficient, it would make sense. And yep, there it is, Swarm Host on the way. As we were saying, like as we were kind of like rationalizing, Swarm Host does make sense given the game state. Because Dark has to be as efficient as can be. And there's potential with Swarm Host. As Dark is still trying to recover. Still taking more bases. Nidus Swarm's on the way. And it's going to be 10 Swarm Hosts for Dark. Here we go. So do you have the Nidus Swarm finish up as well? Overseer on the way. We'll get behind the main base, behind the mineral line. Black White Spirit taking up into a Radiate with the Science Vessel. There we go. Nice Swarm finishing up here on the left-hand side. Swarm Hosts have arrived and they're going for the expansion. Local Save is coming in. Can get a tank. Tank goes down. He can go for the mineral line as well. Yeah, going for the SCVs, and that's going to be a lot of SCVs falling. Oh my god. It's going to be 7, 8, 9 SCV kills. Getting almost 10. Nice one finishing up on the right-hand side. Expansion is denied. So far, so good for Dark. It is a decent amount of damage, but he's hoping for more. It's 1 tank and 9 SCVs. Tank and 9 workers. Rotating over. Now going for the main. There is a wall of turrets, though. And he might just clean it up. Yeah, he's going for the turrets. Does bring them down. Going for the production. Irradiate here on the Locust Wave. It'll help. True. Does help. But what's more important here is that Dark has map control. You know, that's the purpose of these Locust Waves, is he's doing some damage and he's keeping Spirit contained. While Dark, he now catches up, he's droning up, he's maxing out, taking more bases, more expansions, spreading creep, engulfing the map. Eventually Spirit will break out, but how much is he really going to have left over? How much will he have? Oh my god, that's a lot of Swarm Hosts. That's 16! Radiate. Oh, we'll get on top of the Locust Wave. Well, the Swarm Hosts, they do collapse on top of the tanks. 1 tank goes down. He gets 1, he gets 2. Oh, and he gets a 3rd tank as well. 3 tanks fall. The Ravager busts in. Trading with the army. Files, they do graze the science vessels. And the CC is denied. Oh my god. Tanks, they do reinforce. With this tank line, Spirit, he can hold on. He saves the expansion. But soon there's going to be another Locust Wave. And then Dark, he can do this all over again. Behind this, taking in every direction. Spire's on the way. Lurker Den's on the way. Hydra upgrades as well. He's getting ready for a Hydra Lurker switch. More Radiates. Again, it helps. But the Locust Wave gets in regardless. Radiate here on the Roaches. Tanks on siege. Yeah, massive big of fear. The tanks go down. Oh my god. GG gets called. He loses the entire tank line. And Spirit, he is broken. Dark, he bounces back after he failed all in. And Dark is going to be our StarCraft Evolution League full champion. GG. GG, well played. Dark, he does take it in the end. Thankfully, it was not a clean sweep, was not a 4-0, but a very strong showing nonetheless here from Dark, able to take down Spirit 4-1. GG, well played. Very impressive showing here by Dark. In general, though, what I will say is that Dark, he did bleed on his way to the finals, even here in the finals as well. Of course, Spirit was able to pop off on Neo Isles of Siren on the island map. Very impressive play there from Spirit. But Dark, he was hyper aggressive here. He was able to get away with a lot of greed. Able to get away with, yeah, just recovering as well, given certain game states. I mean, Dark, this is kind of like his bread and butter, right? He's used to playing scrappy. He's used to playing from behind even at times as well, with failed aggression, with successful aggression at times as well, don't get me wrong. And yeah, a wild series. GG, well played. Congratulations to Dark. And yeah, congratulations, Dark. He's not the most active of players in StarCraft Evolution, but he has put in a lot of time, and it was really cool to see multiple facets of Brood War Zerg as well. Whether it's Guardian tech, whether it's Defilers, we saw that on Troy, if you remember, going for the Plagues, going for the Dark Swarms, like gaining ground with his Hydra Lurker based composition. We saw the Queen Guardian play on Neo Isles and on other maps as well, going into a more sky-based composition. We saw that on Leylines, if you recall, when Spirit was trying to go into mech, and when he was hard countered, or when he was caught by surprise by the wave of Guardians. So yeah, really cool to see that kind of that tech path and that kind of composition out of Dark as well, showing multiple facets of Zerg. GG, well played. Scrolling on over here to our bracket, we can catch up on the entirety of the playoffs. We had a wild kind of round of 8, our wild quarterfinals. We had Shin, Dark, 3-Point, Classic, Euthermal, Kiwian, Quanta, and Spirit. Coming into this, I still stand by it. I was rating Shin quite highly. I was expecting a lot out of Shin, and then I saw the seeding. Then I saw the playoff bracket. I was like, yo, Shin versus Dark first round? Animals. Who's seeded this bracket? And that was really fun ZVZ. Really fun ZVZ between Shin and Dark. They did go the distance, did go the way of Dark in the end, but there was a lot to get into in that series. I do recommend the VODs. Likewise, 3-Point versus Classic, also a lot of fun. We had Euthermal, of course, rocking up and also having a good showing. Spirit popping off, barely dropping any maps leading into the finals, but that was mainly on TVT. Like Spirit, he was a beast in Terran versus Terran. We saw here against Dark with a more chaotic opponent. He was having a bit of a harder time keeping up with the tech pass, with the tech switches here of Dark, going into Muta, going into Guardian, switching into Ground Zerg, switching into Swarmhost, for example. Like in the most recent game, Spirit, he had no idea of the Swarmhost transition. He had a bit of a harder time keeping up with it, minimizing losses and yeah, just keeping up with the rotations. So yeah, GG, well played. Dark is our champion. And I'm excited to see what comes next. You know, StarCraft Evolution, are they willing to embrace something more? Are they willing to get into, are we going to be having, you know, another championship in the coming year in 2025? From my understanding, I believe a new Patreon was opened up for the league itself. I know that there is a Patreon for Team Caprulu, true, exclamation mark, SC Evo in the chat. To get a link to the Caprulu Patreon to help fund the mod. But I believe, if I'm not mistaken, there is a new Patreon for SEL specifically itself. I think maybe Hyper1 can speak a little bit more on that. I see Hyper1 in the chat. But I think to help fund and help support the event, if you enjoy StarCraft Evolution, and if you want to support the tournament series of StarCraft Evolution, then you can do so via Patreon as well. I'll find it. Un momento. There we go. Yeah, it's in the chat. It's in the chat. Patreon.com/SCEvo League is going to be to help fund and support the StarCraft Evolution League. At the moment, these are bi-weekly tournaments and maybe end of season finals as well. And everyone doing his best to help keep this going, to be able to fund it, to be able to provide more of these tournaments in the future. Oh boy. But there are benefits. There are benefits there via Patreon. If you do wish to support the SEL, you can do so. Again, you can do so by supporting SEL or supporting SEEvo. Regardless, that is available to you. Otherwise, thank you so much. Thank you so much here for tuning in. Again, it was a great tournament. We had a blast covering the group stage and covering the playoffs as well. It was, it's honestly been really entertaining. It's just really refreshing. Obviously, you know, we're all about SE2 here on the CranKy Ducklings, but StarCraft Evolution is just a really fun mod as well. A really fun mod, a really fun competitive mod specifically, as an alternative to StarCraft 2. So it's always a lot of fun to catch up and to jump into these events and into this mod whenever we can. Of course, SE2 is always going to be our main focus, but it's always nice to branch out here into StarCraft Evolution, and has been a lot of fun. Personally, I've enjoyed dragging Yaku into the fold as well. Yaku was, of course, helping to cast and cover the group stage, so big shout out to Yaku for covering the group stage. Much love. I know that he's also been enamored with the mod and has been enjoying covering it whenever he can as well. I know he's been having a good time. And I'm sure he'll have more to say when we do go over these results over on the podcast. That'll be later on this week. Otherwise, if you want to tune in some more casting here on the CranKy Ducklings, you can do so via following us on all the social medias. We are live. We're live here on Twitch, we're live on YouTube, we're live on Facebook, on Kick, on Chijik as well. We're live on every single platform, and you can follow us on all the social medias. Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, and Discord. All things CranKy Ducklings will be posted whenever we go live. And our next cast is going to be in 6 hours? Jesus. In 6.5 hours time, we're going to be live with the Wardy TV Monday. Oh boy. The StarCraft does not end here on the channel. Again, in around 6 hours time, we're going to be live here with some more StarCraft. That is going to be StarCraft 2. That is not going to be on the PTR. That is going to be on the... It is going to be on the current version of the game, bear that in mind, but it's going to be a blast nonetheless. I'm sure it's going to be a lot of good fun covering some Wardy, a Wardy Open Cup, the Wardy TV Monday. That is later tonight, and I believe tomorrow we're going to be live with something else. Let me double check. Just checking our calendar. Tomorrow, okay, so tonight we're live with Wardy TV Monday. Tomorrow we're live with Pegasus Monday, and right after that we're going to be live with the Alima League November Finals. Oh boy. A lot of StarCraft. A lot of StarCraft to come, so there's a lot of matches ahead of us here with Wardy TV Monday, Pegasus Monday, and Alima League as well. We do have the podcast on Thursday, and this weekend we are going to be busy with Home Story Cup. Our regular Open Cups are not going to be available this week. There's no Sparkling Tuna Cup, there's no Sea Duckling Open or Master Swan Open. We have freed up our schedule because we are going to be a side stream, the B stream if you will, for Home Story Cup. So that is going to be an intense cast just because it is at a terrible time for us here in Australia. It's going to be like from 11 p.m. to like 11 a.m. or something like that. It's going to it's going to be a rough one, but we did it last season. You know, last Home Story Cup we were also the B stream, so we'll do it again. We'll do it again. I'll, you know, brew a bunch of coffee, I'll have some snacks, I'll be okay. I'll do my best. I'll do my best to stay sane throughout the weekend of Home Story Cup and sleep as much as I can as well. I'll do my best, Pappy. I'll do my best. Otherwise, thank you so much. Thank you so much for tuning in. Thank you so much for watching. We do appreciate it. Again, it's going to be a very busy week for us here on the CranKy Ducklings, and we'll see you guys next time. If you guys are unsatiated, if you want some more content, some more StarCraft, some more Duckling action, or at least StarCraft, stick around. We're going to be giving another StarCraft streamer a raid. Because our next cast is in 6 hours, I will be going live on my personal channel in a couple of hours. I'm going to take this moment to like take a break from the screen. I need to like touch some grass for a moment. You know, I'm going to go and like probably clean the house and get some food and get some breakfast and calm things down a little bit. And I will be going live in a couple of hours before Wardy TV Monday with maybe some StarCraft ladder. I will be laddering. If you're interested, !light in the chat, and I have you covered there with that if you wish. Otherwise, thank you so much, Blakadooz, for the $10. Thank you for the tip, Blakadooz. Thank you so much. Gah, papi gah. Hope you enjoyed the content. Hope you enjoyed the StarCraft. Thank you. Thank you for the support. And yeah, we're going to be heading off. We're going to be heading off for the time being. We're going to be back in 6 hours' time. We'll see you next time. Whether it's in 6 hours, whether it's tomorrow, whether it's the day after, plenty of StarCraft here on the CranKy Ducklings. Thank you for watching. We'll see you when we see you. Until then, hasta luego. Ciao, papi, ciao. Hasta luego. See you next time.